All right. How's everybody doing? This is Cheech from the Cheech and Manny's Music Podcast, the People's Podcast. And we have a great show today. Quote my Ed Sullivan. We have a great show today. It is going to be on Blonde, the great album by Mr. Bob Dylan. And this will be like our trilogy from all his electric, from folk to his three electric albums. And how's it going, my co-host Manny? Looking sharp.
Chris, what's going on? And I think appropriate. Got the leather jacket
Love it.
from the what was it? The Newport Folk Festival.
Yeah.
He brings that, dude. Dude, that's fine. I will admit, I got this leather jacket because of Bob Dylan. I was like, I had to.
Jacket.
Oh, thanks, dude. But dude, life is good, brother. How are you?
Good. A day off from work. Hung out with my beautiful daughter. Spent all my money on her. Just a nice day. Good day.
Amazing.
Yeah, nice. The weather's like getting a little bit warmer.
Oh
which
yeah.
is cool.
Oh, yeah.
Which is great. So now we are doing Blonde on Blonde. So we did. I'm gonna always say it wrong. Bring it on. Bring it all the way back home.
Bringing it all back home.
Yep. Highway 61 Revisited and
Coming
Blonde
up
on.
next Monday. So
Yep.
look forward to that.
All the trilogy of electric Bob Dylan. He went acoustic, three good albums, electric, and I really think we should do the next album, the acoustic one, the John Wesley Harding one.
Absolutely.
To kind of see where he's headed, because then he gets into a motorcycle accident, right? And he kind of lays low.
Yeah, so and I just want to say, like, I'm so proud of these episodes. So for our viewers out there, like, please watch, join in on the conversation. And it's funny because we were on a Rush marathon, and then I kept telling my love for Bob Dylan, and it started with Bringing It All Back Home, which was fantastic, seeing his transition from folk to electric, and then dude, and I was watching the Highway 61 visit, like editing and seeing it. And dude, oh, man. And now we're going to conclude with his it's considered a masterpiece in rock music, a double album masterpiece, a Bob Dylan masterpiece, Blonde on Blonde.
Genius. And I had so much fun doing the research for it. And I really had my work cut out, because I did Blonde on Blonde, and then I did Physical Graffiti, another double album.
That's right. That's right. I remember you texting me, and I'm like, dude, are you researching these both gargantuan albums? Like,
yeah, and there's a lot of information on both these albums, and they were a lot of fun. I really got into the past three Dylan albums heavily. Highway 61 Revisited is amazing, but I think Blonde on Blonde might be my favorite because we'll mention Al Cooper has so much to do with the musical growth. Bob Dylan grew so much on Blonde. Musical changes. It's not just three chords and 9 verses and a protest song. There's a lot of musical ideas going on. So
yeah, 100%. And it's funny. It's great that you say that, because so just from when I watch other rock fans and critic lists and music lists, I've always wondered, why is Blonde on Blonde always on the top of the list, right?
Yeah.
Now, usually Highway 61 Revisited is always number one for the obvious reason of how landmark it is, right? But Blonde on Blonde, you're right, dude. He perfected everything from like the songwriting, music, the singing is also perfected. Like Bob Dylan really comes to his own. And dude, and just the fact that he had so much tunes, enough for, any artist, if you release Bring It All Back Home, that's enough. Then he releases Highway 61 Revisited, and then he releases Blonde on Blonde, and then he makes that a double album.
It was on a roll. Bands that do that, solo artists like, Rush, obviously, in the 70s, Led Zeppelin. Zeppelin 1 all the way to In Through the Outdoor. There's not a bad album. There's not a bad album, Rush, from the Rush's first album, The Grace Under Pressure, not a bad album. Not one bad, so to be Black Sabbath from the first album to Never Say Die you know, certain bands were able to do that, and that's just genius. Genius how they did it. Um, so yeah, so definitely some any shout outs or anything for you.
So shout out to I'm not gonna. I was mentioning before we aired, we have some new subscribers, so I want to give them a shout out and remind them that this is the People's Podcast, but it has to be a secret because
Yeah.
our podcast is so good that it's gonna make people envious and jealous.
Yes. Yep. The best podcasters out there. Look
One
out,
hundred
Joe Rogan,
percent.
Rick Beato. I'd like to give a shout out always to Potter's Field. Um, just throw this out. Happy birthday to Rob, my brother-in-law.
Oh, happy
It's
birthday, Rob!
Yeah, and he'll be on Snakes and Arrows. He'll do that show with us. So, those are my shout outs. Thank you, Potter's Field, Bobby, for that nice comment on the
Oh
last.
yes, Bobby. Shout out to you, brother. Rock and roll.
What was that? Test for Echo. That was a great episode. It was really good episode.
I'm glad for Test for Echo of how myself how I discovered that there is no bad Rush album. Like
No,
I
no.
kind of reached that conclusion. Like the only problem is that Rush, man, when you compare like let's say Hemispheres, um, Permanent Waves,
Yeah.
and Hold Your Fire.
Hmm.
It's like comparing greatness. It's difficult, right?
Oh yeah.
So I could see why, for example, Test for Echo was underwhelming, but in actuality, what it isn't. If anything, it's
Oh
really
yeah.
good. There's some great tunes on that.
Definitely. And just gonna say, I'm gonna try to be calm and not state my I tend to be opinionated because music is so passionate.
Right.
Uh, you know, uh, the whole there was a thing about Jack White. I kind of not a fan, but what he does is good at what he does. I think it's just I never got into him because of the not having a bass player.
Well,
The
it's
White
kind of similar. Well, Cheech, how do you feel about John Mayer?
Be calm on this one. John Mayer. I think John Mayer's a great guitar player. I mean, if you've seen him play, right? The guy
Well,
can play.
yeah, no, and it's a shame because I don't think it comes out in his music sometimes.
No, and he had Pino Palladino on bass when he was solo. He had a power trio. As a bluesy guy, he's good, but he came out as like a pop artist first. So makes you think, dude, why didn't you just come out as a blues guy? But he's smart. Oh, I'll come out as a pop guy, be famous, and then do the music I really want to do.
Right.
But at the same time, the real blues people are like, what? What if Zeppelin came out and sounded like, I don't know, the Partridge Family, and then started to do, Led Zeppelin one? You'd be like, what? What's going on here? Actually, as a guitar player, and I don't mind him in the blues genre. He's not bad. He's not bad. He's a pretty good player, and he played with the Dead too. So
That's right.
I give him credit. So
That's
yeah. So Jack White thing, it's gonna be a little calm about that. Not a fan of the guy's music, but hey, I respect Jack White. For what he is. So
Yeah, no,
anyway,
no, and just for the record, like you're not a hater. I think what
no.
it is
Well,
that people forget, like us being like huge rock fans, like we're very
yeah.
opinionated. Like we
It's
have our favorite artists.
you can't control when you're passionate about something. It just
Right.
oozes out. You know. On the next episode, I'm not taking back any anger that I have because it's against the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. So I'm very angry on the next episode that's going to come out because the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame really angered me this year. But you'll get to see that when it comes out. So let's jump into Blonde on Blonde.
Blonde on Blonde.
So let's see. Forgive me if I say the name. The name of the songs are always weird with him.
Dude, and it's funny, Paul Simon, that's why remember his parody song? That's why he had that weird title.
Yeah, it's like Rainy Day 12 plus 35 woman.
Yeah,
Am I
so
saying?
it's Rainy Day Women number 12 and 35.
Okay. Pledging My Time, Visions of Johanna, which is a genius.
Mm-hmm.
One of Us Knows Sooner or Later. I Want You. I think that's one of my favorite songs. Stuck
Mm-hmm.
Inside a Mobile with Memphis Blues again. This has become my favorite song.
Yeah.
Leopard Skin Pill
Same.
Box.
Yep.
Love it. Just Like a Woman. Um,
The next
most
one. Good.
likely, You Go Your Way, I'll Go
This
Mine.
is my favorite. I love that song.
Great one. Temporary, temporary like Achilles. Absolutely Sweet Marie. Fourth time around, and then obviously Five Believers.
That's an amazing one too. That's like
Yeah,
um a shout out.
it totally is. Okay, so 1966.
Oh, and one
I
more, Cheech. Sad-eyed lady of the lowlands.
oh I skipped that one. Yep, that's right. Said I. That's like 11 minutes long, I believe. Right? Isn't that really long? I think.
That's the longest one. Yeah, 11
Yeah.
minutes. I think another epic.
Yeah. Um. So to go to the year that it came out, and I could say I wasn't born yet, So I know
Yeah.
Manny
So
was.
now, yeah, we're like before Cheech's birth.
Yeah. Uh. So 1966, you got Fresh Cream by the band Cream.
Right.
Sounds of Silence, Simon and Garfunkel.
Oh wow.
Great album. Revolver, The Beatles, The
Oh
Stones.
man, dude, just the fact that Revolver was released.
I know. The Stones, Aftermath. The Beach Boys, Pet Sounds.
Man.
Small Faces, who went on to be Humble Pie. Uh, and I think the drummer in that band went on to be in the Who. I forget Kenny Jones. I think was in Small
That's
Faces.
right. That's right.
The Blues Breakers with Eric Clapton. Just to name, I named only a few because I don't want to get too crazy. If you know any more from '66.
I mean, I will say it's such a great year, and for example, the Mamas and the Papas released their one of their iconic albums. You
I know.
had Donovan. You had the Animals at the top of the charts. The Butterfield Blues Band, Jefferson Airplane releases Takes Off. Small Faces, if you remember them. Simon and Garfunkel, if anything, Sounds of
Yep. Hmm.
Silence. Buffalo Springfield released their album. The
That.
Birds released Fifth
Yeah.
Dimension. Um, and yeah, dude, this year is insane for what gets released, and I guess the icing on the cake is Dylan releases his, not last masterpiece, but of this rock electrified trilogy, um,
Oh
Blonde
yeah.
on Blonde, and the fact that he's
That's
competing with the Beach Boys' Pet Sounds, which
no.
and
That's
the Beatles' Revolver.
that's crazy. That's insane. Insane. You know.
Imagine competing against those two bands.
And you're gonna see some competition between the Beatles and Dylan. Uh,
Yep.
on, in this episode when I get into the albums. So
And it's
okay.
crazy, and also with the Beach Boys too. Just a little thing about the Beach Boys. Brian Wilson was in competition with Paul McCartney and the Beatles too. So he released
Right.
Pet
Right.
Sounds in direct response to Rubber Soul. But then
Oh,
the Beatles next year are going to release Sergeant Pepper, and it's over. They pretty much,
and that.
and then Dylan goes on a weird motorcycle crash and kind of not disappears, but goes into you know kind of like an
I,
exile or something.
yeah. So the singles. One of Us Must Know Sooner or Later. Rainy Day Woman. 12:35. I Want You Just Like a Woman. So those were the singles
Hmm.
that were released. Okay. So Blonde on Blonde came out in 1966 on Columbia. He had the members of the Hawks back him up, who will become the band.
Hmm.
Once again, it's produced by Bob Johnston. Uh, and the background of this is, Highway 61 Revisited was a huge success. He toured with that a lot using Mike Bloomfield and Al Cooper, and they played the famous Newport Folk Festival. Uh, so you want to talk about that for a minute? About the festival and what went down.
The Newport Folk Festival.
Yeah,
Yeah, so it's at this point now we're talking about might be around the time that either before Highway 61. So Dylan pretty much is a turncoat. I don't know if you know that expression, a
yeah, yeah,
turncoat, right from the American Revolution. Pretty
yeah,
much the
yeah.
folk
Benedict.
world. Benedict Arnold, they viewed him as a traitor because what ends up happening, he dons a leather blazer, gets his
Yep.
strat, is joined by um, the guitarist. What's his name? Cheech from Paul.
Mike
Uh,
Bloomfield.
Sorry. So Mike Bloomfield, and immediately starts into a electric set where he sings Maggie's Farm. He plays Maggie's Farm in Highway 61, and like a Rolling Stone, angers fans. So you had fans on both sides, people that embraced that sound and people
Yeah.
that just called him a Judas. Among them that hated that sound was Pete Seeger, right? So the legendary American folk singer. He was really upset of Dylan's electric turn because at this time, again, like I would say Dylan kind of was the face of folk music and kind of revitalized folk in
Yeah.
general, along with
Oh yeah.
Simon and Garfunkel and other great artists, and
Yeah.
obviously Pete Seeger and Woody Guthrie are the
Joan Baez.
godfather. But it is at this point at the Newport Folk Festival where Dylan makes his official stance and becomes a rock god. Like he becomes a rock star, and he
Yeah.
starts to don also his black Ray-Ban sunglasses,
Comes a badass.
and at this point he's on a roll. Like after releasing "Bring It All Back Home," Highway 61 Revisited, and then he ends it with this double album Blonde on Blonde. And you're right. So originally, I love how you said the Hawks. So eventually, the Hawks, who become the band later, will end up joining him on tour when he goes to England.
Yeah.
So that's
And then
after. But
they
originally he was on. Yeah, Mike Bloomfield was his guitarist for a little bit,
that
and
might have been during the recording of Blonde on Blonde because he was going out on tour, going in the studio.
right.
He doing and I'm going to talk a little bit about that. Yeah, so Bloomfield quits shortly after
Yeah,
the festival to go play with Paul Butterfield. Now, this is a good thing. Cooper stayed on, Al Cooper,
Ron
and
Cooper.
he made Blonde on Blonde musically grow. If it wasn't for Al Cooper, I don't think there'd be a lot of growth, because Dylan couldn't do it alone. It was like his co-writer.
That's true.
You and so basically, he toured for 9 months before with the Hawks, going in to record Blonde on Blonde. So go to my notes. So we said he got the Hawks to back him up on these tours. He did a residency at the Friars Club in New York City before going into the studio. Now, this is interesting. So he takes the Hawks and he goes into New York Columbia Recording Studio, backed by the Hawks.
Mm-hmm.
Studio A, and he starts to record, but he's not happy with what he's recording. He's really, really not happy. So he goes
Wait,
back out.
and this is Dylan.
This is Dylan. He's
Hmm.
not happy with recordings. So he goes back out on tour again. And he comes back and he tries to record. And now I sent this to you. I Want to Be Your Man. It sounds like the Beatles. I read that was a part of this session in New York City, and it was released on a box set. I don't know how true that is. I don't know if you know the history on that.
Well, wait. So what? I Want to Be Your Man, the Beatles song.
Um, Wait, maybe I got this wrong. Didn't Dylan he recorded "I Want to Be Your Man"? Oh, and and it sounds like the Beatles, or is that a Beatles song? Maybe I misunderstood it.
No, so what in my notes, what I'm seeing is that so when he was in New York,
Hmm.
he did a song called so he had two kind of like fragmentary songs, Jet Pilot and I Want to Be Your Lover, which was a parody of the Beatles' I Want to Be Your Man. And then
Right.
it's cool because after two takes, so yeah, so that was a parody, a quasi
Yeah,
parody.
that's what I meant. Yeah,
Yeah,
but it was based off that song.
yeah,
Uh, so he's not happy with the recordings that are going on, and also Levon Helms is not happy.
yeah,
So Levon Helms, who was in the Hawks, just say the band, he quits and he gets Bob Gred on drums. He stops recording to tour with the Hawks, like I said, but it's not happening in the studio. Um, and he said he was really down about it because he wasn't getting the sound that he wanted, and he really thought it was the band, the backup band, the
right,
Hawks,
right.
and he didn't want to think it, but he was convinced that it was by producers and Al Cooper. They just weren't cutting it in the studio.
Mhm.
So um, okay. So then
You know what's crazy? I just want to add, like, looking at like is interesting, yeah, because he was not he was disillusioned about using the Hawks, and he,
yeah,
for example, on his recordings, he recorded leopard skin pillbox hat, and one of us must know sooner or later, again, and he still was not satisfied with the recording performance of either song.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
kind of interesting. I mean,
Uh,
imagine like the legendary band, you
I
have the
know,
legendary Hawks, and you're saying, yeah, kind of not liking this.
crazy. So Cooper and Robinson, wait, I'm sorry. So it was Robbie Robinson, Al Cooper, Bob Gregg, and Rick Danko, aka Bill Lee. I don't know why he called himself that in the album. Bob Johnson said, "Let's go to Nashville to see if we could get a better recording instead of leave New York." Dylan's manager hated the idea. He didn't want to go to Nashville. He said, "Stay in New York." But Dylan said, "Let's try it. Let's go to Nashville." So only Cooper and Robinson went, and a guy named Charlie McCoy, who played guitar, bass, harmonica, Wayne Moss on guitar, and Joe South were in the Nashville sessions. Uh, Cooper and Dylan wrote most of the material, and then Cooper would teach it to the material to the rest of the musicians in the studio. So it's interesting how they started in New York and then they wound up in Nashville, and most of it's done in Nashville.
Mhm.
Most of it recorded. Okay, Nashville's recordings. Uh, they were recorded in two blocks. Dylan would leave the studio to play shows with the Hawks, you know, and then come back. Uh, and Cooper and Robinson were on every take of those sessions. Okay. So the majority of it, like I said, was recorded in Nashville. Blonde on Blonde reached the top 10, both in the U.S. and in the U.K. charts. It went gold. Critics loved it. Now the thing is, I don't know exactly what songs the Hawks played on. It's hard to say. You'd have to go through each song. I'm just,
Mhm.
the musicians. I don't know what songs were recorded in Nashville. I didn't get that in depth about it. You know what I mean? But I know some of them. Not a lot were recorded in New York. Most of them were recorded in Nashville.
Right.
A guy named Paul Nelson. I'm just gonna quote what he wrote. He wrote a thing on the album sleeve. His music is an illusion and disillusion, with a tramp as an explorer, the clown as a happy, victorious person, where the greatest crimes are lifeless, and the ability to see oneself as a circus performer in the show of life. Now,
Mm.
that's the actual, if you open the double album, you'll see that in there. Okay. So musicians, a lot of them. Robbie Robinson. Oh my God, what's the phone up? I keep forgetting. Al Cooper, Bill Akins on keys, Wayne Butler on trombone, Kenneth Butter, Buttry on drums, Rick Danko on bass, Bobby Craig on drums, Paul Griffey on keys, Jeff Kennedy on guitar, Charlie McCoy, bass, guitar, harmonica, trumpet, Wayne Moss, guitar, Hargis Pig, uh, Robbins on piano, Henry, and I'm going to butcher his name, Sterlensky on bass, Joe South on bass. So this album charted number 9 on Billboard UK, number 3, and I believe number 3 in the US. So any questions on that? Any information you want to talk about on
No,
what
I think it's pretty solid, and I agree with you. It's kind of hard to tell what the Hawks played, or unless we do a detailed analysis of each song.
Yeah,
But
and
it's
I
it's
even I looked and I had trouble finding it. It
no,
doesn't
I'll
even.
be honest with you. Yeah, and it says here like the personnel for the album, it's subject to some discrepancy. So
Yeah,
it's
Yo,
kind of hard.
yeah. Um, I had the opportunity to go and meet Rick Danko.
Oh, how was
When
that?
the Espresso, this kid we knew Rick Danko's son, but unfortunately we were gonna go up on New Year's Eve, hang out at the Danko's house and meet Rick Danko, but he was in rehab, so we didn't go. Like Harvey Brooks
Wait,
story.
Rick
So
Danko was in rehab.
yeah, yeah.
Oh no,
He, this is like in the early '90s, something like that. So great bass player. I always loved Rick Danko.
legendary. He had a legendary look,
Yeah, yeah,
singing
he's great.
style too.
So why don't we take the first track? Let me see. Rainy Day, 12:30, number 12:35. Like what?
12 and
Oh,
35.
what does that mean?
Wait,
I
what
could
do you have for the title? Did you get anything on it?
no, I could not find anything
Really?
on 12 on the numbers. Maybe a Bible reference to him. You know what I mean? Like,
No, it's funny. I don't know either.
does it make sense? You know?
Rainy Day Women number 30, 12 and 35. And it's funny because I think, when he sings the chorus, like everybody must get stoned. It's so like,
Yeah,
remember that scene in the Gospels in the Bible where that woman's about to get stoned and Jesus
yeah.
saves her, right? From
Oh
the
yeah,
stoning. Maybe
yeah. That
that has something to do with it.
maybe. So everyone must get stoned. This one was recorded in Nashville. Some of them I found, and everyone who played on it, guess what they had to be?
What?
They had to be drunk, high, or on something. That was the rule.
Oh,
It's
that's so
based.
funny.
It's
And no, and you
based
listen to the song, that's what you hear. It's like
exactly. It's like a
it's like
party.
they're having a party.
Yeah, I know it's crazy. Based on a Ray Charles song called "Let's Get Stoned." Uh, that's where actually he heard it with Phil Spector. He was hanging out with, and Ashford and Simpson wrote it, and they're like a disco group or like ballads of the '70s, and they actually wrote that song, which I found to be really funny. One critic called it a corny parody of New Orleans marching band. That's what one critic said. Dylan is insane. He said it's about cripples and Orientals. That's one of his things I got that he said it's about in a world that they live. Uh, the song was banned from radio in Europe and I think even in the South and stuff because of the title. The idea of the song, I think, is not to get stoned on alcohol or drugs. Being stoned to death for
Yeah.
committing a sin. The Old Testament The song title might be from the Book of Proverbs. I think it refers to the Book of Proverbs. Now you're the Bible guy. Is it in the Book of Proverbs about getting stoned to death? Anything?
So there's and yeah, so in verse 15, and again that would make sense. A continual dropping and a very rainy day and a contentious woman are alike.
Yeah.
That's where you got that title, Rainy Day Women.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I have that in my notes actually. Yeah. Um,
and it's funny, number 12 and 35 is interesting. That I don't know.
and then it said what you just read. That comes from the King James Bible, verse 15, I think,
Hmm. Yep.
about the woman. Um,
And
or is
do
it
you know what the book of Proverbs is?
no? Like I used to when I was in catechism, but if you want to refresh me, I don't remember.
Book, book of Proverbs mostly is King Solomon's philosophy and wisdom.
Okay,
So he's saying here a continual dropping in a very rainy day and a contentious woman are alike.
right. The
It's
Old
kind of
Testament
strange.
is so different from the New Testament, you know. Yeah. Or is it a
Um,
stone to get high? You know,
well, that
either
what's funny, but if you listen to the song, it's pretty obvious. Like at this point, I think I listened to it several times. Like
yes,
lyrically, I think he's referring, and again, I'm not a Dylanologist or anything, but first you would think that it's about getting high, and in actuality, it's not. It's
no,
more if in the Old Testament and like New Testament references make sense because
right,
Dylan um for his for his move into the electric rock um arena, he was pretty much getting stoned,
yeah,
and
yeah.
if he
Oh,
was pretty much the
good metaphor. Like,
right, and if you analyze the lyrics very carefully, again, that's why Dylan is so that's why Dylan is so Dylan is Dylan because he's pretty, and this is my theory, but he's referring to critics. They want to stone him.
yeah,
The folk scene want to stone him, like probably Pete Seeger, the Newport Folk Festival, his fans, and look at this lyric. Look at these lyrics. And I just love the way he starts, where he sings, "Well, they'll stone you when you're trying to be so good." So look at that line. He's trying to be good, and they're stoning him. Like,
yeah, yeah,
and
yeah,
then he continues, they'll stone you just like they said they would. They'll stone you if you're trying to go home, right? He's trying to go home, and all the press is hounding him, and the critics
yeah,
and news reporters. And then they'll stone you when you're there all alone. So he's so traumatized that when he's alone, he's still going to get stoned. But then he says, "But I would not feel so all alone. Everybody must get stoned." And that's his
right.
surreal take that at
Yeah.
this point, you know what? Everybody at this point must get stoned.
It's
It's
stone.
pretty dark. It's a
It,
dark song.
yeah, what else did I have? Going against the tides, getting punished at one time, uh, by the uncaring world, a crime that doesn't fit the punishment. Kind of like what you said. Everybody must get stoned. So it's not about what you think it is. It's about
No, no.
by the folk scene.
Yep.
That's I think that in a nutshell.
If we could interview Bob Dylan, and again, I mean, we're probably not going to get a response from him, but let's say if he was on, hypothetically, I think he would say that. First of all, I think he would say that you don't take the song too seriously because just from the music, like if you listen to it musically, yeah, it's a strange song. It doesn't really fit on the album, and a lot of critics and even fans will say that the song should have been taken off. I disagree. It's a
Oh, it's
perfect way to start the album, and again, this is and it's not a coincidence he put this on the first track, telling his fans, critics, audience, the rock world that I'm. And again, just to go back, he begins it by saying, "Well, the stone you when you're trying to be so good." Like
yeah,
he and you could take that as a moral sense, good.
right,
But I think
right.
he's trying to say, "I'm trying to be the best musician," and they're gonna stone you for trying to be creative.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's a great start to this gargantuan epic.
Oh, definitely. And musically, it's insane. Musically, these guys were
Yeah,
having fun. Yeah. There's like a funny story at the end that yeah, it's really funny. Um, so it's like a circus or a New
yeah.
Orleans style sound. The brass section, great melody arrangement, controversial chorus from the outside world that doesn't know about what we just said. So that's why it was banned. So the chorus could be controversial depending on how you look at it. Getting stoned. The trumpets were played by Charlie McCoy and Al Cooper. The drum set was placed on chairs and played like a marching band, like boom, 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 that kind of thing. It wasn't an actual,
Okay.
like, you know. Um, so let me see. Dylan laughs a lot. There's a lot of yayas going
It,
on.
it's so great.
They were
It's
walking
great. It's like Dylan having fun. Like
exactly.
it's like he's having fun, and even his, I'll be honest, his vocals on this song are really good. Like
Oh
for
yeah.
what it is, like the way he sings. Like I love his singing on the song where he's singing, "Well, the stone you when you're trying to be." It's like a great sing along song.
Oh
And then
definitely.
the chorus is great too. But I would not feel so all alone. And then everybody must. It's great. And I'm reading a critic line here. It's kind of fun. I don't know if you got this in your notes, where one critic said he described the song as like corny. Like
Well, that might be the same guy that said it was like a what did I say? A marching band or like a circus parody on New Orleans kind of band.
right.
Wow.
And
Uh,
then, and we talked about this, but the song's title might be a biblical reference from the book of Proverbs,
oh yeah, yeah.
which, and it's funny, and I forgot to tell you, in Proverbs, there's also a lot of, do you know what an edict is? Usually an order from, a king, but in this case, like
Yeah.
God's commandments. So there's a lot of edicts that if you break, you're going to get stoned. And so
Oh,
rainy day women number 12 and 35, yeah, it refers to the chapter 27 verse 15. And so yes, I don't think it's about stoning. And then one thing I also discovered was that and this is why I guess people would think it's about getting stoned, but 12 multiplied by 35 is 420.
oh. Was that even out then? 420?
Good question. I have no idea.
Maybe that's
I
why
think
they
so. It's funny. I think so, but I don't know if that's a coincidence.
maybe somebody did the math and made it that day. That's a good thing to look up. That is crazy.
It's strange. If dude,
Uh,
if because I think it is a little it predates that, but it it's strange because that means Dylan's whoever wrote it was ahead of the times.
yeah, definitely. Right. So the chorus. I just talked about the drummer. Al Cooper played trombone. They were walking around the studio singing and yelling. It was done in one take. And here's the funny part: Robbie Robinson was supposed to be on the session, but he went out to go buy cigarettes and he missed it. Crazy.
Oh, that's great.
He came back like, I guess I'm ready, and they're like, we did it already. You know. So the next tune, "Pledging My Time." This is also a Nashville session.
Hmm.
A man pledges himself to a lover, hoping it works out. Now the lyrics are by Robert Johnson. Some of the lyrics: "Come in my kitchen," "It Hurts Me Too," Elmore James, which I used to cover with the band,
Hmm.
and the Mississippi Sheiks, "Sitting on Top of the World." Um, it's a lot of weird absurdism. A poison headache, a hobo stealing his lover.
Hmm.
Um,
That's
he is
classic Dylan.
yeah, he is in a room with a girl. Now this is interesting. Alone. They send for an ambulance, um, hoping you come through. So the girl is going to the hospital. Um, Now, is the girl going to the hospital because she's sick? Is the girl going to the hospital because she OD'd on drugs? You know what I mean? These are the things I'm thinking about. Like, what's
Right, right. And the lyrics that you're referring to is and I gotta say, dude, I love how we go from Rainy Day Women to Pledging My Time. So Rainy Day Women is like you said, it's a carnival marching band type song,
yeah,
and then we get into the blues. And dude, I love the way the song starts musically,
yeah,
and the singing is so great. And the lines that you're referring to is, well, they sent for the ambulance, and one was sent. Somebody got lucky, but it was an accident. And he says, "Now I'm pledging my time to you, and then hoping you'll come through too." Yeah, it's a very odd line, very Dylan.
is he want a woman who's like in a coma to come through and live? Was she in an accident? Did she accidentally overdose?
What do
You know,
you think?
I don't know. It's hard to say. You know,
It's a strange song. It's classic Dylan
you got to
surrealism.
you could make up your own conclusion of it. Maybe, I mean, she got into a car accident, but he's talking to her in a room, and, and an ambulance, so maybe she passes out.
Well, you know what's funny? Yeah, and I love how you got that. How so the song is really hard to describe lyrically unless you're really good at poetry. Like you said, he says here, and this is funny. The hobo jumped up. He came down naturally after he stole my baby. Then he wanted to steal me, and then he keeps saying, "But I'm pledging my time to you and hoping you'll come through too." And then he concludes the song with, yeah, to me it sounds like dark, like there's something going on. And I have here, um this is actually, and I think you said this, but Dylan's imagery includes the singer's poison headache, a
Yeah,
hobo stealing his lover, which is great.
yeah,
And but he's still pledging his time. So, and then just the fact that it ends with the ambulance part is, there's something dark going on, and it ends kind of dark.
yeah. And you don't know what's
No,
gonna.
we don't know. It's strange. But if he's paying homage to Robert Johnson's "Come Into My Kitchen," and we kind of discussed how Robert Johnson's lyrics are a little spooky, I
Yeah.
think he's sort of channeling Robert Johnson.
Oh yeah, in a spooky kind of way, and that kind of thing.
Yeah,
Um. So where's my music? Musically, it's phenomenal.
yeah, that's
Great,
amazing.
great harmonica, down home blues, great blues guitar riff.
Wait. Can we talk about Cheech Dylan's harmonica playing, which I'm not sure if this is correct, but he improvised.
Oh yeah, he's improvising
It,
all over the.
it's insane the talent on this dude.
Oh yeah, it's amazing, and his harmonica playing is growing. He's getting better at the
Yeah.
harmonica.
Yep. Yep.
Great harmonica, down home blues, great blues guitar riffs, great drums. Um, I guess the drums open the song. I believe there's like a drum
Yeah.
opening.
It opens, and then the harmonic. Dude, you know what's funny? It sounds. And again, I think he's You know how music? I always believe that music. I always take I mean, you can disagree with me, but I always take like a Jungian approach to music, where music embodies, psychological, archetypes, feelings,
Yeah.
and he's channeling his Robert Johnson, because this song, the more I see it, it's dark,
Oh
and
yeah,
it goes from the goofiness of Rainy Day Women to, and I'm reading here, I got something here that I found that's pretty interesting, that the so after the good time goofing of Rainy Day Women, right? Because that's a song, but we discovered that's actually a pretty dark song
yeah,
on
yeah,
the first track, right? Pledging my time, and I agree with this. It sets, and this is some critic. It sets a humid, and I love that description, humid,
yeah.
emotionally oppressive tone for the rest of the album.
Right,
So,
right.
and I agree with that. This is how the album is gonna go, where we're gonna be talking about a lot of surreal darkness in a way,
Definitely. Yeah.
and blues, man, the Delta blues.
A lot of Delta blues. And you know, the chord progression. There's a nice change in chords in the chord progression. They change throughout the song, so he's growing musically a lot on this album. I think because of Al Cooper, great
Now,
lyrics.
Cheech, you being a musician, like, did you pick
Yeah,
up on that without doing your research?
I just listened to it and I heard it. I didn't even like research the music. I just used my ear. The
I
music,
figured.
listen, like, there's no, I'm not gonna go. I mean, Zeppelin, I did research some of the music to see, what John Paul Jones wrote and stuff like that for that purpose. But just listening to it, you can hear it. Um, there's a lot of cool chord progressions, which is like he's evolving like a Pokemon.
Mhm. Yep.
Um,
Yep. No, dude, he's evolved. Yeah, he's like going to now. He's at level 36 and about to reach his final evolution.
yeah. Oh, and I have a new favorite Pokemon, by the way.
Go.
Panzar.
Wait, who?
Panziar. Panziar?
Panzier?
Yeah.
Gonna have to look that one up.
I don't know. I bought my kid Pokemon cards, and he's like, "Yeah, take this one. He's not popular." I'm like, "All right, all right." Uh, just a Pokemon reference, dude.
Oh, is it the one that looks like a monkey?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Panzier. Yeah. Oh man, let me see what generation is he.
Uh, great lyrics, great guitar riffs underneath the vocals, which is really
Yep.
cool. So yeah, that's pretty much all the music I got on that. So there's definitely him evolving, and I'm gonna keep saying that over and over. How he's evolving as a songwriter, and that with Al Cooper and all these great musicians. So the next one is Visions of Johanna, which is a beautiful
Oh
song.
man, this is. I was
Wow.
listening to Visions of Johanna on my way back here, and
Yeah,
oh, man, the song has something. It could be
yeah,
one of Dylan's masterpieces for sure. And it's
yeah,
crazy because it's a long song. I think it's about 7 minutes, if I remember correctly.
yeah.
It's a
It's
long song, but it doesn't feel long because it's just it's kind of hard to. Yeah, this is like Dylan perfected.
yeah. Oh yeah. Um. So Visions of Johanna. Critics say it's his best song
Yeah.
ever.
Okay.
Rolling Stone praised it, putting it in the top list of 500 greatest songs of all time. Now
Yeah.
this is where really praised. Sir Andrew Motion, I never even heard of this guy. The poet lieutenant of the UK listed it as the greatest song lyric ever written. Which is crazy.
Dude, just the fact. Wait, what'd you say this guy was? He was a poet.
He was more than that. He was like the poet lieutenant of the UK, whatever the heck that is.
And that's the fact that he's calling this rock. I mean, Dylan's a poet. Let's be honest, but he's
Oh yeah, yeah,
acknowledging
definitely.
his skills.
Yeah. Um. Okay. So the original recording for Johanna was called Freeze. He hated it. This is recorded in Nashville. Uh, it's about a past lover. Joanna is his muse, a hopeless quest to reach an ideal vision of Johanna. Now this song gets really weird. And without her, the quest of life has no meaning.
Right.
He's influenced by John Keats' Ode on a Grecian urn. That's the poem that John Keats wrote. Ode on a Grecian urn. Desire and yearning, wanting an authentic experience. Joanna is asking a question. The question is, where are you? Who are you? Now, this doesn't make sense, but it says Louise and her lover. Joanna is not here. Is Johanna dead? That's my question. Is she a
Mm.
ghost? She a vision, a vision of Johanna. Mona Lisa on the Highway Blues. The harmonica plays skeleton keys in in the rain. Vision of Johanna. You know, the transcendence and the ugliness and hopelessness of a cold, indifferent world. Alone, uh, alone without Johanna. So, like, I'm lost on this one. Like, I'm kind of thinking, is Johanna dead?
Mm.
Is it about singing to a girl once again? We don't know if the girl in the ambulance died or whatever. About a woman.
Yeah, no, no, and the fact that I love how your take on it is like, is what is Johanna? Is she like a spirit? Is she someone
Yeah,
that Dylan once knew and is not there anymore? Because that line that you mentioned, just Louise and her lover. So he's with his lover, Louise, right? The narrator, but the
yeah,
visions of Johanna are
yeah,
conquering his mind.
yeah,
So for all purposes, he's in a relationship and he's fixated on this Johanna.
yeah, yeah.
So
He
I like
doesn't
I
know.
like your take on that. That he's just a dead person.
I,
And
I
you
think.
know what's funny from the beginning of the song? I love how, I mean, it's just, yeah. Dylan starts it off by singing, dude. Man, I'm also gonna keep saying this. His singing is so good. Like
Yeah.
you would think like he's a bad singer, but it just works. Where
Oh, amazing.
he kind of starts by saying, "Ain't it just like the night to play tricks when you're trying to be so quiet?" Um, great start to the song, and then we
Okay.
sit here stranded, though we're all doing our best to deny it. And Louise holds a hand. Look at this imagery. And Louise holds a handful of rain, tempting you to defy it. You cannot hold a handful of rain. It's impossible.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So it's
And
Louise.
light,
That's
yeah, yeah. And then lights flicker from the opposite loft. In this room, the heat pipes just cough. The country music station plays soft, but there's nothing, really nothing to turn off. Just Louise and her lover so entwined. And then that iconic chorus and these visions of Johanna that conquer my mind. It and begins this. I always saw the song. I don't know if you would agree with this. There's something sad and depressing about it.
yeah. Oh
Like
yeah, it's very.
like you know how I don't know if you probably understand this, where, and this is a common poetic musical thing I've heard in a lot of music, where a singer or singer songwriter is in a great relationship, and yet there's that one that got away, and you can't stop thinking about it.
Always
And
the one that. Believe me.
and that's visions of Johanna. I think, and this is just my theory. I could be totally wrong, but I think this is Dylan's version of it, where Dylan was with Sarah.
Hmm.
But maybe Joan Baez was on his mind, like,
Oh, I have Joan Baez as in here. Joan Baez is in that. I could relate. I could relate to that. I always get a little personal. My first love of my life, my baby's mama. Never stopped thinking about her, even when I was in other relationships. When you have that one that got away, you never stop thinking about her. So it's a powerful thing. It's always there. So I could relate to the song from that. I think it might be about Joan Baez. It
it,
could
it,
be.
it could be an interesting theory because, and again, it's no coincidence that, and I also got here. First of all, it's an epic. It's very. I don't know if you would agree. Also, it's operatic.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. When I get
It,
to the
it's
music, crazy.
Yeah, yeah. So it's an epic song, and it seems to me that it describes that feeling that one gets when, it's kind of hard to describe. I call it like melancholy, and just straight off the bat. And again, I always love how the song begins, where, and he's singing like, "Ain't it just like the night to play tricks when you're trying to be so quiet." It
Yeah,
just, even the way he sings it, there's something sad about it. And then every time he does and these visions of Johanna, they keep me up past the dawn. Like,
yeah,
he
yeah,
can't. It seems that he can't sleep because
yeah.
it's visions of Johanna. And Johanna, I
Yeah.
also think is. I don't know if you would agree. Also, I feel like Johanna's like a mythical woman, an archetype.
I think so. Maybe she's a fantasy woman. We've all had that. The dream girl. Going back to California by Zeppelin.
Yeah,
Um,
going to
uh,
California.
yeah, going to California. What Joe said it was about what's her name?
Oh, Joni Mitchell.
Yeah, so like it could be.
Yeah, yeah, that was a yeah. The girl with the flowers in her hair.
Yeah, yeah, that was a great analogy. Musically, um, this gets nutty. Uh, Great acoustic. Gotta hold this up. Great acoustic guitar. Great organ. Folky, funky bass groove. The
Mm,
bass stands out, I think, a lot in this song. It is so funky. It's like really, when you listen to this song, I mean, pay attention to the lyrics, but really listen to that bass line because I forget. There's so many. The two bass players on it. I think it was Joe South. He's killing it. Great lyrics, as we discussed. The organ holds one note over the passing chords. That gives it a pedal tone effect, almost like church music. You know, Different harmonica style.
yeah.
You um, Great guitar licks. The guitar licks are very clean. That's what I like about it. They're very clean guitar licks. So there's a lot of stuff going on in here. I love the organ and I love the bass line in the
Yeah.
lyrics. So I think any questions on that?
Well, no, I love what you said about the the whole composition about this song, and it's just one of those rare instances where the music and the lyrics actually match up together. Like
Yeah.
it's really quite stunning, and then I would say it's hard to figure out like which is more stunning, the music or the lyrics. And yeah, you're right, that bass line too. I noticed that it's kind of like you don't notice it at first, but then you're like hearing it and you hear that bass line, like wait,
Almost doesn't fits,
no,
you
no,
know?
it doesn't fit, and but it gives
Yeah.
the song a nice. I don't know if I'm a music. It gives it something really nice because the song is like a pop masterpiece.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like from the beginning, you know how it begins with the quiet strumming and the
Yeah.
harmonica, like, and then the whole band comes in, but it's not overwhelming. You're right; it is like church music in a
Yeah.
way. I don't
Yeah.
know if
That
Dylan did that on purpose. I'm not sure, but
could be. I think all the orchestral stuff is Al Cooper. I don't think Dylan. No
no, no,
offense.
dude. I'll be honest with you. And coming up on "I Want You," I'll be honest with you. The organ is one of the reasons why that song's fantastic.
Yeah, I think
Like
Dylan.
it's
Can you play this la 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 lila lu and they would play it on the piano. You know what I mean? He's not
right.
a skilled musician like Alex Lifeson, but he's a genius at writing songs and coming up with things and melodies in his head. you know uh but yeah, definitely the bass line is really stands out for me. Unbelievable. Okay.
And again, and I just want to comment like his singing on this. And again, I will admit, Dylan is no, he's not a great singer. Like if you like, let's say we have one of those like opera singers or those people that criticize singing,
Yeah.
or professional singers. Again, he's not a great singer, but the way his delivery on the song is so good, and I'm trying to describe it. And I'm trying to copy him where he sings lines. Um like inside the museums, infinity goes up on trial. Like the way he kind of sings, it's
Oh
just
yeah.
great, his inflection.
Starting to find himself as a singer. He's starting to
Yeah,
really
yeah.
do that.
And it's funny, he goes away from, how Geddy Lee in the beginning, we're always going to mention Rush, but in classic progressive Rush, he's singing on that nasally kind of like tone. Like on Dylan, like on Maggie's Farm, you know how he sings. I'm just gonna just do try to copy him, but he goes like, oh, I ain't gonna work on Maggie's farm no more. Like it's like a parody kind of, But this one, he's like so the way he kind of like, ain't it just like the night? Like it's great. Like I'm trying to
Amazing.
for our listeners to listen to the song because I agree it's a masterpiece.
Totally, total masterpiece. Yeah.
Wait, Cheech, do you
Um,
know any singers that sing like that in your music career?
Nasally.
Yeah, like
Um,
like Dylan's style. Like anybody?
I no, I've never played with anyone who sang like that
How would you
anymore.
describe Bobby's style if you had to describe it? The lead
Um,
singer.
Bobby is Bobby. Bobby is a
He's
very
very unique. Like,
he almost has a vibe like Black Oak Arkansas,
mm,
Jim Dan Agram, that kind of style. Bobby's probably one of my all-time favorite singers I've ever played with. He's he just has a uniqueness about him. Like he sounds like nobody but Bobby. He is my favorite singer I've ever played with. I gotta say, and
yeah,
and, he, and
I
he's
will admit, very unique, and that's what's great about rock singers.
so passionate about the singing and the vocals. So I love Bobby's vocals, and he's a performer. When he goes out there, he's performing.
Yeah.
He's
Yep.
you know
Well, it's like you said when you mentioned those lines on the album.
yeah,
Yeah, it's exactly what you said. Like the
yeah.
performer.
I mean, Bobby loves people like Ian Gillan and
Yeah, he's
and
a mix. Yeah, I can hear Ian Gillan in him.
and he loves to perform. Phenomenal talent, Bobby, and great. I mean, great songwriter, great lyrics. Uh, he has some absurdity kind of things like Dylan. If you break down Bobby's
Yeah,
lyrics,
yeah,
cool, cool things like wow, that's crazy. And I know from like listening to him, they're because I've been asking him like, what does that mean, or like what is this song about? And there's like some cool things in there. I love this title because I've been there. One of us knows sooner or later.
one of us must one of us must know sooner or later. And this is a great. Now I'm gonna take a guess. I haven't researched this song, but I'm assuming it's a breakup song.
Yep, I've totally been there. A burned out relationship. Something went wrong. A attack
Oh, it
towards
is. What is a breakup song?
yeah, it's a total breakup song.
Oh
A
wow.
one-sided conversation, or is he talking about the folk world?
Yeah, yeah. This is another example, and just I love how you said that because well, look at this. I didn't now obviously on first on first listen and read through, it sounds like a breakup song, right? And I love how you said that we've all been there. But if you look at the lyrics, you just happen to be there. That's all. When I saw you say goodbye to your friend and smile, I thought it was well understood. Thought you'd be coming back in a little while. I didn't know that you were saying goodbye for good. That could be
Yeah.
maybe Pete Seeger or his folk friends, his old, folk self as well.
Yep.
Because he says here, but sooner or later, one of us must know you just did what you were supposed to do. And then sooner or later, one of us must know that I really did try to get close to you.
Yeah. Oh shit. So I think it's about either one. And the listener could decide either a breakup song or saying goodbye to the folk world, which he's going to go back to anyway.
Hmm.
Next album. Uh, he said he's caused pain to her, and the word gaslighting came up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when I was doing a Dylanologist said, yeah, like when he's gaslighting somebody, and I know because I've been gaslighted pretty
Right.
bad in my life, and I just had to put that in there. Um, but I don't know. What do you think it is? A relationship or another dig to the folk world?
Well, I think so. Just again, this is my theory, and I love how you did the research. So you kind of got like what most Dylanologists would say about it. But so it definitely relationship on first listen, where but I'm going to tell you why I think it's more about his relationship with the folk world,
Yeah.
where he again it's like the song. What's the song from Bring It All Back Home? Forgetting it. Where the Egyptian ring. Remember that song? Like Dylan's sneaky because he like you got lines again where he says, "I couldn't see what you could show me. Your scarf had kept your mouth well hid. I couldn't see how you could know me, but you said you knew me, and I believe you did." Again, that
Yeah.
could be like someone like Woody Guthrie, Pete Seeger, when you whispered in my ear, or Joan Baez, and asked me if I was leaving with you or her. I didn't realize just what I did here. I didn't realize how young you were. Right.
Right.
So again, Dylan was a young guy. He was only like 21 when he came to New York, or like 20, if I remember correctly.
Really young, you know.
Yeah. And you know why I say it's a reference to like, and again, I could be wrong, but it says here, I couldn't see when it started snowing. Your voice was all that I heard. I couldn't see where we were going, but you said you knew, and I took your word. And then you told me later, as I apologized, that you were just kidding me. You weren't really from the farm, Maggie's farm. I ain't
Right.
gonna work on Maggie's farm anymore. And I told you,
Mm.
as you caught out of my eyes, that I never really meant to do you any harm. So it sounds very apologetic. And yeah, the one take would be his relationship with the world of folk and all the people that brought him up, like Joan Baez, Pete Seeger, um, there was a bunch of them that brought him up.
Woody.
But yeah, it could be.
Right.
So I will say, like, that's my interpretation, but I'm looking too much into it. But I think ultimately it's a some sort of breakup song. A
Yeah.
relationship turned sour.
Joan Baez was probably the love of his life, and he, you know, and he just kind of is always gonna. She's gonna pop up. You always, like I said, you're the one that got away is always gonna be on your mind. You know, no matter what.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I
yeah. No, no, that's such a great point you made because, and I think you said this, that one of us must know is pretty. It's actually pretty straightforward, as a song lyrically.
yeah.
It tells you straight up. It's a yeah, you're right. A relationship that's on the rocks, a burned out relationship,
Mhm.
and then the
Yep.
singer is trying to dissect what went wrong,
Yep.
and then the singer, who knows if it's Dylan, he kind of take yeah, you're right. He's gaslighting, and he takes a defensive attitude.
Yeah.
So you're right. That was so great what you said, and
I
he's saying,
love
what?
that.
Good.
I love that a Dylanologist put in gaslighting because
Yeah.
I gaslighted so many times, and you're just like,
So
wait,
you listening to this song, like I know because you've been through. I haven't
really?
been. I mean, I guess technically I have, but I would probably be the one. This is a joke. I would be the one that would say, one of us must know
Good.
sooner or later.
I mean, being gaslighted sucks, especially with social media. You know, you look at Facebook and you're like, what? That about me? And then you ask
I
the
know
person,
it's
you just
horrible.
post that about me? No. Somebody at my job I'm talking about. And you're like, oh. And then another one. You know what I mean? And you're sitting there going, what am I doing wrong? You know? So don't get gaslighted, people. It's not a good
I
thing.
know. Don't I try not to gaslight people. I never do. And even if I do, it's like a joke, like not relationship context.
And it's
But
from the
yeah, being
movie.
gaslighted, huh?
From a movie called Gaslighted or something.
That's
The
right.
woman
But you
goes
know
around.
it's a famous it's a famous psychological phenomena
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It'll
where
mess with your mind.
toxic. Yep, yep.
If you're,
Well, if you end up believing it,
and if you're somebody who thinks a lot, you end up believing it, and then you're like,
yeah. I'm assuming you're like me. You overthink.
oh, big time, big time.
Yeah. You
You know,
know that I had to train my mind not to do that.
yeah.
Like I remember
For
how we were talking about what was it? I don't know which episode it was, but we were talking about psych therapies,
Carl
and I think
Jung, that's a Carl Jung thing, right? He doesn't,
well,
he talks.
yeah, yeah. Well, Carl Jung always well in his psychotherapeutic theories, he thought that you have to integrate your shadow. So you know how people, you're right, because if you're too much in here, right? The goal was to all right. Let's integrate your psyche better, your shadow, your shadow side, which people neglect
Yeah.
because that's like the root of all the bad stuff, like anxieties that you get from, and especially from gaslighters. But you're right,
Oh God,
gaslighting. I always feel so bad for people that get like in toxic relationships and they're getting gaslighted, and they're
I got.
overthinkers.
It's brutal. I mean, for like 5 years, I was like so insecure and like any man or woman who's being gaslighted, I would say it's not cool. It's not cool,
Yeah,
get out of the relationship or stop it before it goes
Mm.
south, go south, you know.
And,
But anyway,
and again, and it's funny. This song is the guy. I guess the narrator is bad. He's kind of gaslighting.
yeah, and I don't
Yeah.
know if
Again, we don't know if it's Dylan. We don't know. It's a
was,
great song.
was
Um.
gaslighting a thing at that time. I thought it was a mod.
So, well, you know what's funny? No, because that's like that, and I could be wrong, but that's a modern psychological term, gaslighting.
Yeah, it's from a
So,
movie, the specific movie it comes from.
but, no, I know what. Didn't that movie come out in the '90s? I think.
I thought it was older, but I could be
Huh?
wrong.
I could be wrong
Uh,
too.
musically, great drum fill in the beginning. Great, or great, or I don't know if it's the beginning. Great drum fills, great dynamics in the song.
Yeah.
They're all low, they're going high. Something he never does. So
Yeah,
he's,
especially the
he's
chorus part where he says, "But one of us must know sooner or later." It
mhm.
soars.
Yeah. It's in two parts. It's really him growing as a musician. Musically, it's a different form uh, than most of his songs. Great words and a great melody. Really fast piano fills.
Yeah,
You the piano fills they're flying. They're like jazz. I really
yeah,
like it.
yeah.
To me, it has like a Rolling Stone vibe to it.
No, it really does. And you know what's funny? If I remember, I could be wrong. I don't know if you have this in your notes. It's I think the only song from the New York sessions.
I believe it is from. Yeah, I think
So
that's the only one.
that would explain the like the Rolling Stone vibe. You're
Because
right.
yeah,
I know I might get from a Dylan fan, dude. It might be like that sound that like a Rolling Stone has perfected.
exactly,
You
exactly.
know?
So this album is everything perfected. Everything he's
Yeah,
done.
pretty much.
This
Pretty
is
much.
this is moving pictures.
I
Right?
I would say, yeah, yeah. This is his moving pictures, and the fact that it's a double album, it's crazy.
Yeah. Okay. Oh wait, I have more. I have more on the music. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah. Go.
Uh, it's a slow song. Great guitar, repetitive. The repetitive guitar. Great chord changes. Very quick chord changes. Um, and it's different for Dylan because he didn't have fast chord changes when he was singing over it. You understand what I mean by that? Like him singing something really fast over the changes.
Right, right.
Um, great pre-chorus. Great organ licks. Nice build up on the drums. Uh, and then I put in the lyrics again. He tried to get close to her. He apologizes to someone that has to go, and I put Joan Baez.
Yeah.
Or Joan Baez also represents the folk music. So she's the same.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's the same person. I think. Um, yeah. So we're still going strong, man. We're like on a marathon here because this is a tough one.
It's pretty good, man. Oh, dude, I just want to comment one thing. Like again, back to the Dylan singing. This one he definitely sounds like Dylan. Where I mean, I'm not a singer, but you know how he like, he's saying like, "I didn't mean to treat you so bad. You shouldn't
Yeah,
take it so personally." Like that's definitely like now Dylan returns to that classic, Dylan
yeah.
style. But it's great. It's like his singing on like a Rolling Stone, but kind of perfected.
Oh, definitely,
You
definitely.
know,
So
and
now we
soaring chorus. I don't know if you mentioned like the chorus is soaring,
oh
where
yeah,
it's like one
oh,
of us must know, like sooner, and like
a lot of
that you did
emotion.
what you were supposed to do.
Yeah, amazing song. So we got through the first side.
Is that the first side?
It's the first side.
Amazing. All right, let's flip
Now
the
we're
record over, or do we want to pause?
we can flip. We'll flip it over and see how we're going how we're doing.
Drop the
Uh,
needle.
drop the needle on "I Want You."
Oh, amazing song,
I love this song.
dude. This song it might. I'll be honest. It's funny. I don't know if he was channeling his inner Beatles when he wrote this song, but
I think he
man,
was. I think both were inspired by each other, and they won't. Well, the Beatles admit it, but he won't admit it.
No, he Dylan's a little how would you describe Dylan? Do you think like he's arrogant or something
Asperger's.
else?
It's Asperger's. You know?
You know, it's funny. Somebody kind of said that. Somebody,
Uh,
one of my colleagues said that. Where I think I shared this story already. Where it looks like he demonstrates those signs.
yeah, he has
So
the, like spectrum kind of vibe, or he just has no filter or doesn't care. I don't know. I don't know. He's not the
he's
nicest guy.
tricky.
Not the nicest
No,
guy.
no.
Like hurt, almost like hurt in a way, but not. It's like
Yeah,
hurts more would be more kind to an interviewer. You know,
yeah.
uh,
He was not. Yeah, he wasn't kind. No,
kind
and
to
his
Joe.
relationship with John Lennon fell through too.
Yeah, he lost a lot of friends and stuff. I think, and it's imagine if those two collaborated. Like could you imagine?
Oh
It's
man.
a shame. It's a shame. I want you. Do you know about this song? Do you know a fun fact about it?
Hmm. Go ahead. No, I don't.
It was the last song recorded on Blonde on Blonde.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh
last
wow.
song recorded. Um, uh, it's about losing someone again, maybe to death, a girlfriend. The Undertaker sighs. I wasn't born to lose you. It's about loss or death, failure to accept the death of a loved one. Similar to, and before I get into the Greek myth, how do you feel about that? Do you think it's about the death of a loved one?
You know what's funny? The fact that so at first I thought, and that it's great how you mentioned that because at first I thought it was just a simple pop love song
Yeah,
where and that's what's so great because you'll be talking about the music pretty soon where musically it's so upbeat and poppy, it's so sunny, but then
yeah,
you hear the lyrics and you're right because there are some strange lines like the guilty undertaker sighs. Another interesting line is how all my fathers they've gone down. um,
yeah,
the Queen of Spades talk with my chambermaid. So there's something strange about it.
yeah.
And the lonesome organ grinder cries.
Right. Now that sounds like a funeral wake kind of
Yeah.
thing. No, so um, it's about losing somebody you love, a girl. Now I don't know if he never lost anybody through death. Maybe he had a friend who did. I don't know. You know, but that's just my take.
It's strange and it's not simple at first because you would think, oh, he just he's saying to his lover or girlfriend or wife, I want you so
Yeah,
bad. But then you hear the song, you're like, wait a minute. And one of the strangest lines, again, it's so Dylan. One of the strangest lines is where he sings, "Now your dancing child with his Chinese suit. He spoke to me. I took his flute. No, I wasn't very cute to him, was I? But I did it though because he lied, because he took you for a ride, and because time was on his side." And he says, "And because and then I want you." Very strange
yeah,
line.
very strange. And this I got from Dylanologists, and I think Bob Dylan put this in, reading, being a historian maybe, and helped me with my bad Greek pronunciation.
Yeah,
Orpheus and Eurydice,
Orpheus, and I think it's Eurydice.
Eurydice, the
I think it's
Greek myth.
Eurydice.
Now Orpheus was in love with Eurydice, like special love beyond, the one, the one
Right,
they got.
right.
Um, the one that Brad Delp in Boston constantly sang about, the Mary Ann, every song. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, like so. Eridice was bitten
I
by
think
a
it's
snake.
I think it's either Eurydice. And yeah, you're right. That's so funny how you mentioned Marianne, a woman of beauty and grace.
Yeah, yeah. And, oh, Brad Delp, all his women, got away in every Boston song. That's what I love about it. It's always,
Dude, you're right. Did Brad Delp write the lyrics to a lot of Boston songs?
yeah, he did. Yeah. I just to bring, I brought Brad Delp up earlier, but really sad documentary I watched on him because he took his own life. Uh, like
Right,
he
right,
committed,
right.
but there's some messed up story behind it that I don't even want to think about. I'll tell you off camera, that
Well,
why
what's
he
funny? No, I remember you mentioning it. So don't say it
yeah
on the on live.
yeah
But
I don't
there's
I
something
don't want to
twisted, right?
I don't want to believe it because I love Brad Delp, but it's really twisted and he might have admitted that he did it. Um, but he did take his life because I think of that situation. You know, really really sad. Really really I think one of the greatest rock vocalists of all time.
For
But
sure.
anyway, it goes back to and you're sporting the Brad Delp look, which I love. You know what I mean? I love it. I
Yeah,
love
I
it.
compliment, brother.
Um, Eridice is, was bitten by a snake. Now you could find other references that say she was killed another way, but this is the one I
Right.
found that I like the idea. Um, Orpheus is, he can't believe it. She's dead. He's all fucked up. So he's so sorry. It's a clean show. Sorry, I said F. I didn't mean to say F. Uh, so here we go. We're just having a conversation. Uh, or- Orpheus sang a grief song um, with his lyre, and the lyre is like a little weird harp, right? It's like a U-shaped thing that the
Hmm.
Greeks used to play, and he's singing it, and he singing these lyrics, and it's great. He's probably singing more than a feeling, on it, and he goes to Hades,
Hmm.
and he sings it, and he gets past Cerberus. You know who Cerberus is?
The dog, the three-headed dog,
Yeah. I actually was in a
guards the gate.
I was in a prog metal band called no a prog rock band like Genesis called Cerberus in the
Oh, dude,
'90s.
that's a mean that's a mean band title.
And
Band name.
we played CBGBs. I never forget. It was a great band. Really, I mean, I didn't enjoy it because I enjoyed it. I enjoyed like playing in the band. But the music was so complex. It was just like, oh my god, this is like too much. It was like almost
Right.
like being a hit band. Great band though. Um, and it was a three-headed dog. Obviously, he got past them. Then he played the song to Hades and his wife, How do you say it? Persephone,
Persephone.
Persephone, and it broke their hearts. And Hades said, "You can have her back." And he was all psyched. Orpheus, I'm gonna have my girl back, but one condition: when you walk out of Hades, you cannot look back.
Hmm.
So as he's walking, another Boston reference. Don't look back. I don't know. And as he's walking out of Hades, he's insecure. Does he trust Hades? Hades is, does he trust this guy? And he looks back, and what happens is, let's say their name again. Persephone
Um, Persephone.
Persephone is behind him, walking behind him, and he looks back, and she gets sucked way back into Hades. And some legends say he just killed himself to be with her at the end. He just
Hmm.
said, "Fuck, sorry, I swear again." Try not to say
I wonder. Let me see. It's funny. Man, I wish.
those new
Um,
subscribers.
yeah, right. No, what I was gonna say. Like, if how there's like the bleeps,
Yeah, maybe we could get
like the
bleeps.
censor, like I think that'll be funny if we do that. I mean, I try not to curse as much anyway, so.
I don't know. I just it's just a part of my DNA to swear and say bad things.
Dude, when we work at the temple, man, we're like sailors.
I know we are. Uh, I want
Now,
you.
Cheech, I will admit, with Orpheus and Eurydice, and again,
Yeah,
I think you pronounce it. It's not Eurydice, I think, but it's Eurydice. I'll be honest with you. I think you unlock the meaning of the "I Want You" song. That's it.
I think that's it. I really do. I think that's the whole thing. I keep freaking out over my phone if I'm going too high, too low. Yeah,
Yeah, you just gotta watch out. Yeah,
yeah, I think that's it. Um, and because he's writing about death, and I guess he's writing about that myth, and he's
right,
putting it in modern perspective with the organ and the guy, the Undertaker crying, or you know what I mean, that kind of
right,
thing. So, so that we unlock that. So, and this won't be the first Greek mythology. There's another one too on the album.
right, right.
Music. Any anything else on that on the lyrics?
So, well, just quickly, I just want to do two things. Yeah, I think definitely the inspiration with Orpheus, where yeah, I think you're right. It's this singer wanting this. I'm assuming it's a girl or woman that died, and there's
Yeah,
something now that I'm thinking about it, after you telling the story, the myth, it's kind of actually towards the end when I said about the dancing child with his Chinese suit.
yeah,
Um, he kind of ends in because time was on his side and because I want you, na, 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 I want you. And then you also hear Al Cooper so brilliant, and you'll talk about the music soon. There's a
yeah.
certain point where you hear the organ just playing. It's so beautiful. It's the part um, where I think he says, "Well, how all my fathers dig them down, true love they've been without it, but all their daughters put me down because I don't think about it." And then you hear Al Cooper, nah, 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 nah. Like it's like
Oh,
that
gee,
organ. It's there's something. Yeah, I again. It's about. I definitely agree with you. It's not really. I guess not really a love song as in I want you, but
yeah,
wanting this person back from death, like Orpheus
yeah.
and his Marianne Eurydice or Eurydice.
Is Marianne?
Do you
You
remember
know,
that line? I see my Marianne walking.
I I spent my whole life seeing Marianne walking away, man. It's crazy.
You're probably screaming that chorus when Brad Delp sang in Boston. That Boston song came
Probably
up.
my DNA with lyrics too. I mean,
Yeah,
just like
100.
over in his lyrics, but I think Brad Delp was like, and the guy committed suicide. So it's like there might have been some depression going on while he was writing those lyrics. You know,
Dude. I, I
it's
and that's
sad.
another example of a sunny song, but it's not really sunny. It's actually he's actually something's happening where I think
Those
in the future we're gonna definitely be talking about Boston.
we
I don't know
do,
if you want
boss.
to talk about Boston.
Yeah, we should definitely. Those are some of
Yeah,
the greatest pieces of music ever.
just just brainstorming right now. Thin Lizzy and then Boston
Yes,
eventually.
definitely. Yeah, and I think for those of you who don't know Boston, first two albums I think are two of the greatest albums ever made in
Yep,
rock. And
yep. And first one is a must listen. Like
yeah, Tom Schultz invented the amp that he gets that sound from. So it's like it's beyond genius. These guys.
yeah,
Uh, and I when I was in high school, I tried to contact the bass player. I was so obsessed with the first album. Obsessed is a quick story. I looked him up in the phone book, or I called information in Boston, and his name was Fran Sheehan, and he was like a homeopathic doctor at that point because he quit the music industry.
mm,
And then I left a message for him. He never called me back. Then I found out years later he didn't play bass on the album. He just played live. It was all Tom Schultz because he was the genius. But live, I've seen videos of Fran Sheehan playing bass, and the guy was
right.
doing the parts perfect. Just my quick
Well, dude, Tom Schultz, and we'll talk about Boston. I think we definitely should talk about Boston.
Yeah.
Um, Tom Schultz is a genius. Like he is one of those that,
Oh yeah.
man, dude, it's otherworldly what he was able to do. Like
Oh
it's
yeah. At that
stunning.
time, with like, I mean, Stilly Dan took it to the next level with Asia, but what he was doing
Of
with
course,
the recording studio or rock and on analog,
dude, and it
it's
puts no, and it puts me to shame because he was younger than me and he's doing this.
yeah, well, look at Jocko. Jocko was 21 when he did his first album. Plant was 19. Getty was 19. You know, it's just some people,
Wow.
but it's an era. Back then, people were doing those things at a young age. I mean, they still are now, but not like not like that. Not like
Right.
try.
Right.
I'm not gonna.
And Cheech, one more thing. Um, interesting line where I got this thing where the dancing child line,
Yeah.
where if you remember, I'll just go back a little bit. Where is it? The dancing child line. Looking for like the dancing child line. Oh yeah, now you're dancing child with this Chinese suit. Apparently, there's a Dylan knowledge. I don't know if you got this in your notes. It was a reference to Brian Jones of the Rolling Stones and his
Oh
then
no,
girlfriend Anita
I didn't.
Pallenberg.
Wow, that's
And
interesting.
then and then the song where it's with a part where it says because time was on his side was a reference to their song "Time Is
Oh
on My Side," the
wow, that
Stones'
was a
first U.S. #1 hit.
great song. Brian
So
Jones.
that's interesting too.
Brian Jones is mysterious too about his death and
So
everything.
mysterious, so sad, and I think he died at 27, right?
Yeah, another one. Okay, so where were we?
Music of "I Want You."
Okay. Oh, I'm so, okay. I Want You music. Great drum intro. Great,
Hmm.
great harmonica. Great guitar riff playing against the harmonica. I love that part where the guitar is playing against the harmonica. Great
Hmm.
chord progression. Lots of chord changes and great riffs. Um, it's a very 60s sound, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah. No, it's the most 60s sounding song on the album. Maybe next
uh,
to "Rainy Day." You know what's
yeah,
funny? You know what "Rainy Day" reminds me of?
what's that?
It reminds me of remember Joe and Fish in Woodstock. Remember his song he performed, Country Joe Fish or something. You remember that song? I ain't gonna go to Vietnam. That's
Yeah,
1, 2, 3. Well, that I'll be honest with you, that kind of reminds me of that, which is so
it does,
60s.
it does have that feel, yeah.
A rainy day.
A growth in his music style and a nice outro harmonic,
Yeah.
which I really like. Okay, so this is interesting. Stuck inside of Mobile with Memphis Blues again.
Hmm.
Now this is I got this. I think I got this one. There's not a lot to this. There's not a lot to this one.
That sounds
Um,
about right.
Stuck inside of Mobile, Mobile, Alabama is this is a civil rights song. Mobile, Alabama is the most segregated state in the country at the and there was a lot of iconic protests there.
And I will say, Cheech. So it's funny how um at first listen anybody would think he's talking about a mobile as in a car.
That's what I thought. It took me like a long time to figure.
That's fascinating how you mentioned that. There's an actual place called Mobile, Alabama.
Yep. And it's the most segregated state in the country in 1966. And a lot of
Hmm.
civil protests took place there. A man desperately looking for a way out of Mobile to get back to Memphis to do his recording. So maybe he was stuck there. And he's seen the sadness of the segregation and all that BS,
Right.
horrible stuff that they did. poor people, you know. Um, I experienced that one time in my early 20s, man. It's really sad when you see that. I had gone to the deep south. I was in South Carolina and like nowhere land. And we stopped to like at a McDonald's and I held the door open, you know, for an Afro American family and a guy looked at me like I was the Antichrist. And I looked at him and I was like, what's your problem? You know? And I looked and I seen segregation. I seen black people on one side and Afro American people on one side and white people on the other side. And me and my friends, we sat with the Afro American people. And they people were giving us dirty looks and stuff. This is like in the like late 80s, early 90s. And I couldn't believe that was still going on. It made me so sad to know that, that that
I hope, like, yeah, it's so sad.
was going on then. It was
Like that,
definitely
I never no, and it's funny. I've always wondered like why. I always argue that everybody has opinions on people, but the fact that they you know did this, it's crazy.
I experienced it, and man, when I held the door open and this guy gave me a look, me and my friend were like, "Yo, what's your problem? Like, why are you giving us a dirty look?" You know? And there were two sides, and we chose the Afro American side because we were like, "Fuck you," you know? It's crazy. Sorry, I swore again. There's three beeps, but that's just my point that it's probably still going on.
Yeah,
And no, it's definitely no, it's definitely going on. But like this was like I remember calling my mother and being upset. Like I was like, this is like what she talked about in the 50s. You know, I was like,
yeah,
wow, this is bad. You know.
horrible. Yeah,
So musically, hold this up. Stuck inside my mobile with Memphis blues again. It's a Memphis blues song by W.C. Handy influenced this song. Now, those of you, do you know W.C. Handy? He's an
no,
old
explain.
he's an old time before jazz, like ragtime. Some say he invented jazz, 1900, early 1900s. Um, you know,
Hmm.
so it's basically based off of one of his songs, 1912. Um, Ma Rainey, and he always talks about her. A song called Memphis Bound. I'm trying to see the W.C. Handy song. W.C. Handy's song is called Memphis Blues, 1912. Ma
Hmm.
Rainey, Memphis Bound, 1925. And Buka White, but I don't have a song. It just said Buka White.
I have in Arbordine, Mississippi blues.
By Buka White.
Buka White.
Um, and it's it isolates the singer from the listener. And this is crazy, like Shakespeare talking to a French girl.
Yeah,
Can this really be the end? You know, one of the lyrics. So that's all I got on
it's
that
really
one.
great.
You know, any thoughts on that? Oh,
No, I think you made some. It has a lot of like Dylan tropes and characters.
yeah,
Um, like the Ragman, whoever that is, and
yeah,
yeah, and I love this song is so good. It's like another one that I think I think it's seven. Could be wrong, but I think it's 7 minutes.
yeah.
Am I right or something like that? And yeah,
Long.
it's a long song. I love his vocal delivery on it, and just you're right. If when he sings the chorus, to be stuck inside a mobile with the
Yeah,
Memphis Blues again, and then
yeah.
kind of like how it flows musically. Amazing song, very very surreal when we go in the verses,
Oh yeah,
and you're right. If it's about Mobile, Alabama, you said it would make sense, and then the Memphis Blues, which you just mentioned, those those famous singers
Yeah.
like the Memphis Blues by W.C. Handy,
Yeah.
um, and all those. You got to remember, like when you hear the blues,
Yeah.
you always hear about like suffering or and and it's funny because I
They
love how you
were.
said the isolation.
Yeah. I mean, those
Go ahead,
blues
Cheech.
people, they were suffering. They weren't happy. They weren't singing the blues because they're happy. They were singing it because there was not a lot of good stuff going on. There wasn't a lot of job opportunities. They didn't have money. There was poverty.
Exactly,
But the blue,
exactly.
and then they got successful with the blues, and they still got screwed over. You know, really.
I know. So sad. And I love what you said about I think you mentioned this where the chorus, right, has a way of isolating the singer from the listener. And
Yeah,
that's what's strange about the song when you listen to it, because yeah, you hear that, which
yeah,
I don't know how Dylan did it, but it's pretty amazing.
yeah, yeah. Musically, the great blues. Harp opens up the song. Great harmonica. Great drum fills. Straight, steady beat. I love the drum beat. The beat is so
Yeah.
steady. I mean, it has a '50s chord progression, and it has that, like, the way to describe that is that, like, ba 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 ba
Yeah.
ba 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 ba, that kind of thing. If you're a musician, C to A to F to G, and then the turnaround G
Right.
A B C. Um, Great little jazz guitar licks, a great bridge, a great chorus, and it has a total different chord progression, which is like I'm going to be saying a lot, in this. Uh, Great drums, great bass, drums, and cymbal hits. Really listen for that in the song. How the cymbals and the bass
Yeah.
do this. They do this really cool thing. Uh, there's a fill at the end. I'm trying to see. It happens at the end of those fills. Happen at the end of the chorus. Second verse, the organ comes in and it plays one note on the organ going against the chorus. So it's like a drone.
Right.
So it has classical
Right.
sound.
Right.
Uh,
Right.
Musical growth, more musical part um than past Dylan stuff. So he's Al Cooper. This is all Al Cooper. This is all Al Cooper.
Right.
You know. So I think it's definitely great musical growth.
Right. That's dude. It's brilliant.
This has become my favorite song and like my favorite story. This is really interesting. I didn't even know what these hats were called, and then I
Wait.
researched them.
Wait. Are you gonna be talking about leopard skin
Yeah,
pillbox hat?
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
They were, it's very fascinating. I was like, what the hell? Like, what does that mean? What does that mean? And so leopard skin pillbox hat. It's one critic said a female fashion victim who wears a leopard skin pillbox hat.
Mhm.
Basically, for those of you that don't know what this is, I mean, it was a popular hat worn in the excuse me, in the '60s by Jackie Kennedy. She made it
Oh,
popular.
I didn't even know that.
Jackie Onassis. She made it popular. Um, Talking about a woman wearing the hat. He finds her at a doctor's office, and the doctor says to the person in the song, "Don't see this woman." So obviously, the person in the song is messing with the doctor's wife or girlfriend. So it's a cheat song.
Right. Right.
Now, do you agree with that?
Yeah, that sounds right. I always thought the song was fun. Like
Yeah,
it's more like the lyric way he kind of plays around with the lyrics.
that's the idea that I got, and the woman wears
Yeah.
the hat song, but it's inspired by a specific person, Edie Sedgwick,
Mm.
a model, actress, socialite. She was in Andy Warhol's short film "It's a Girl." Dylan hung out with her, and she
Right.
owned. I guess he was messing with her or whatever, and she owned one of these hats. Dylanologists, which I love. I love that term. They It's a jealous mockery, mindless excess. The hat could mean anything in fashion or speech.
Right.
No, it's a popular in high culture, so only the rich or high society, Jackie Kennedy kind of people had this hat. Your average person couldn't afford it probably. And it had a net, I think, over it to cover the woman's face, from what I can remember.
No, it's funny because I'm looking at the pictures of it, and yeah, I never knew that.
Yeah, yeah, it's crazy. Um, so
And
now
you said Eddie Sedgwick. Sedgwick. That's a weird name.
his name was Eddie
Jealous Mark.
Edie Edie. Sorry, Edie Sedgwick. She was a model, actress, socialite. Probably not too
Edie.
popular. If she was in Andy Warhol movies, it's not like he made great movies. I don't know many of his movies, but he was like a
Right. Right.
genius in an artsy movie. It's a Girl is the name of the movie. So she was probably like the Kim
Right.
Kardashian of the
Right.
'60s,
Right.
socialite
Right.
kind of, but she probably was much cooler than Kim
Right.
Kardashian.
Right.
Um, musically, I mean, anything on that you want to talk about?
No,
Or
no, just it's lyrically. I think it's fun. I think it's. I love how he plays with that lyric, like leopard skin pillbox hat. So
yeah,
kind of the way he sings it, it's pretty good.
down home blues, Delta style, Elmore James, Muddy Waters classic vibe, blues song, great blues riff, classic 12 bar. It's actual playing a 12 bar in that 1 4 5 5 going to the 5 to the 4 to the 1 the ending. Um,
Right.
Great guitar riff. There's a great turnaround at the end. Just a straight ahead blues with a classic blues influence, and there's actually a guitar solo in the song for the first time, like
Hmm.
a full blown guitar solo. There's so many great blues licks in it, and there's two. I take it back. There's two guitar solos in the song, and at the end it fades away, fades out, and guess what is not in this song? There's one thing, the classic feature of
Harmonica.
no harmonica.
Yep. It sounds like a straight blues song.
Yeah, and there's no harmonica in it,
It
which is
has like a
nice.
great classic sound. It's hard to describe. Where it goes dun 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 dun.
Yeah, it's that classic blues,
And he goes like, we're like that classic.
Okay, so where are we? Um, we're ending
Let
side
me see.
two, just like a woman.
Wait. So music. You talked about music. Leopard skin pillbox.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
it did
Yeah.
that.
Just great line. Like especially when he sings, it's your brand new leopard skin pillbox. Dun, dun, dun. And you're right. There is those like guitar licks. It's a
Yeah,
great blues number.
amazing. Um, so his
Do you
growth
wait?
is like, yeah.
Wait. Do you want to like pause right here?
Well, we got one more song and we're done with side two.
All right, so let's go on. So, okay, from this blues number, we go to a great pop. Uh, I guess you would call it acoustic, maybe.
Um,
Oh, I don't know. Just like it's just a great pop song.
let's see. How did I?
Great pop tune.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's acoustic, but it gets interesting, the music. Um,
Just Like a Woman, which is also another very popular Dylan favorite.
Now this gets a lot of criticism, believe it or not. Uh,
Oh, is it because of the? Is it because from the feminists?
yeah. Or I would guess from the feminists. I mean, I don't know who exactly, but maybe music critics, maybe feminists. It was criticized as a sexist song, a love affair stuck in a recurring loop. Who could this be about? It's
Mm.
about Joan Baez. I think all these songs are about the one that got away, the Mary Ann.
You know what's funny? The more I think, and it's crazy because at this point he was. I'm not sure. I don't think he married. I'm not. I would have to
He's married.
brush up on my.
He had gotten married because
Okay,
there's
so he was happily married to Sarah Lowndes, if I'm pronouncing her name correctly, the girl
Mhm.
on the Free Willing Bob Dylan album cover,
Not to give
and
spoiler alert, but the oh wait, I thought it said it in the title, but there was a song. Oh, "Sad Eyes of the Lowlands" is about her, his wife.
that one's about her. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah, and this one is, yeah. You know what's funny? It's definitely like if it's not bias, I mean, then this means Dylan is channeling his inner, romantic self, where the one that got away,
yeah,
and
yeah,
and then just going back to like the Just Like a Woman, um yeah, who knows, maybe he had to leave Joan Baez because he was married. Like, because in the movie it kind of, now the movie is not accurate, like I know you
yeah,
want
yeah,
accuracy, like
yeah,
obviously they're going to take some liberties with the story to fit it in a movie narrative, but
yeah,
it did do a good job of highlighting Dylan's sort of definitely spark with Joan Baez, and but then him wanting to be with Sarah. But Sarah sees Joan Baez and Bob Dylan duet, and she is just like, I know something's going on here. I
yeah.
can't be with you.
Right.
So, and then this song might be evidence. If not that, it's definitely definitely maybe for Sarah, but you're right. Sarah's song is more "Sad Eyed Lady of the Lowlands."
Yeah, yeah. Um. So wait.
And what do you think about this line? Well, actually, you know what? I think it is about Joan Baez. Look at this line. She makes love just like a woman. She aches just like a woman, but she breaks down like a little girl. Like, I wonder if he's trying to insult Joan Baez.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, that's where I have that right in my you know um
Oh, wait, can I say a quick disclaimer to any fact checkers? This is just two friends, Bob Dylan fan, theories. We're not
yeah.
the experts, but just from the research and my listening, it's definitely interesting,
Oh yeah.
interesting song. So trying to find out who is the woman, who is just like a woman.
Yeah. Stuck in a recurring loop could be about Joan Baez. Um. It also could be being on tour and doing the same songs night after night, and the expectations he expects from the audience. That was another theory
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
that I,
All right, so we're back. So yesterday we had some technical difficulties. I don't know, Cheech, I don't know what's going on, man. Some
you
demon.
know I got to stop playing with the Ouija boards before we do these episodes, man.
Yeah, I was gonna say stop contacting Robert Johnson.
I'm trying to get some riffs from Robert Johnson, and I think it's not Robert Johnson I'm talking to.
Dude, he's causing interference with our communication here. But we are going to just jump back at it. we're on side. Remind me on side two, right? We were at the ending.
We are, well, yeah, side two, just like a woman,
Just like a woman, right?
and
And
then
before we head there, you were telling me that you saw probably my opinion one of the greatest movies of 2025, 24,
yeah,
a
it's the greatest
complete
movie.
unknown. So yeah,
It,
man, give me
it
your
might
reaction.
be, I mean, it might be one of the best movies about an artist next to Mozart, and
Mm.
Beethoven. I would put it on that caliber of
Yeah,
a movie.
yeah, 100%.
You know,
Wait, would you say that you are a movie or film buff, movie fan?
yeah, yeah. I've seen a lot of movies in my life, and it's so sad about Gene Hackman. Rest in peace.
Oh, rest in peace, Gene
Speaking of
Hackman,
like one of
legendary. Yeah.
my favorites. What
Um,
I don't even know what happened. It's scary, but
I saw the news actually at earlier today on Instagram, and I had to confirm. And yeah, he passed away. So rest in peace, Gene Hackman.
it might have been from like what do you call that when you have when you get poisoned in your sleep in your house. It happens to people. Carbon monoxide might have been something like that. His dog died. His wife died. It's like really
No,
creepy.
no
Like
way.
yeah, it's almost like oh man, But great, rest in peace. One of my favorite actors.
So the reason why I ask is so I don't know if you knew. Like at one point, I think I was gonna study film. So I'm
Yeah,
huge
yeah,
movie buff, film buff.
yeah.
I saw the movie, and I'll be honest, I thought it was perfect. And then you're gonna discuss some
Yeah,
how
I'm
like
trying to see other movies I would compare it to, like musically. Like obviously, Amadeus is the greatest music movie
yeah,
ever.
yeah.
Beethoven,
I have to. You
oh,
recommended that, right? I have
Immortal
to see it.
Beloved right behind it, and then the movie with Gary. I mean, Gary Oldman is God to me. The Sid Vicious story is, yeah, and I mean fact. I mean not facts. Maybe they're facts, maybe they're not, but just on point. Like the whole Sid Vicious thing is kind of like the Bob Dylan thing. There's a mysteries
Mm,
surrounding Sid
right,
Vicious and Bob Dylan, but those are like I would put it up there with those are my top three that I could think of off the top of my head.
right.
Amadeus, Immortal Beloved, and the Sid Vicious story. Um, and this one, I just, I watched it with my mom. I had today off from the temple. My kid was gonna pick her up, but she hung out with friends. So I played some bass and I actually made some videos. So I said, "Wow, you want to watch a Dylan movie? I think you'll like." She's like, "Yeah." I said, "It's $24." All right, we'll pay for it.
They would do that.
And it was great. It was worth it. People out
Yeah,
there, and
yeah.
what's $24? And you're gonna spend that. I mean, I spend that in a day,
Dude,
every day
no,
on
no,
food.
no, but dude, think about it. $24 for art. I mean,
Yeah,
there's no
exactly.
better way to spend your money, and especially on
You
such a
could,
great film.
and for an extra $6, you can buy it. It's
Mhm.
29 to buy it. So I'm glad I watched it with my mom because my mom lived it. So it's always cool when you watch an historical movie with somebody who like lived in that era. I mean, she's not. Dylan's way older than my mom, but she grew up in that era of when he went electric, and
Right.
he was aiming for my mom and dad's audience. My mom was like 15, 16 in 1966 when he went electric, and she didn't know he was acoustic because she wasn't listening to folk music when she was 12. She really didn't have an idea that, oh, Bob Dylan was acoustic. But a little bit about the Joan Baez story and stuff. But so, like when Rolling Stone came on, she's like, "Oh, I remember buying that as a 45," and like a lot of cool stories from my mom watching that. A lot of history. So I have a few. I kind of broke it down. When we talked earlier, and the most important, like fact versus fiction. I mean, actually, there was more facts. I mean, there were some facts in the movie than fiction. I think
Yeah.
um, which is cool. So the most important, I think, are the women in his life
Yeah.
because analyzing, especially for Blonde on Blonde,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna go back to Highway 61 Revisited, and I'm gonna say anything I said about Joan Baez, I take back. He did not write those songs about
Yeah,
Joan
I was gonna
Baez.
say I was gonna say that we are going, if I can speak for us both, do a little fact correction because we were
Yeah,
speculating Joan Baez, and I had complete. You were making me think because, and I also want to do a little fact check, and I apologize for my fellow Bob Dylan and Dylanologists. I thought that he ended up marrying the girl Susie Rotolo, and I thought that was I thought for some odd reason I thought that was the woman that's mentioned in a bunch of Bob Dylan songs, but apparently you kind of in your research
yeah,
discovered that was just a short girlfriend thing. And then the Joan Baez thing also was a little like we were kind of a little off the point. But yeah,
yeah.
but go ahead. What's the truth?
So, okay, in his life up until this point, 1966, when he gets to New York, let's put it that way, he had four, well, supposedly four girlfriends. That the one brief girl that he met in there, which I thought was so cool. She was Afro American, and I thought that was amazing because in the '60s, people were such racist idiots. You know what I mean? That I thought that was a cool thing. I'm trying to research that. If they added that in there, but Susie Rotolo is the name of the girl he met when he got into Manhattan for the first time, and she showed him the ropes. I forgot where they met in the movie. I just seen it and I'm already senile about it. They met in a bar or something, or in a museum. I don't remember. And her name
Well,
is
in the movie, well, it's funny. In the movie, they were at a church. I don't know if you remember, but there was
yeah,
some
folk.
sort of they were watching some. It was I wasn't sure if it was jazz. I forgot if it was jazz music or folk music at a church.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I think Pete Seeger put that together. It was like a revival.
One of them or something. It definitely was Pete Seeger influence or
That's
something
what
was
it is.
going on. Yeah, yeah.
So her name is Susie Rotolo. In the movie, they call her Sylvia Russo. Bob Dylan didn't want her real name mentioned because she passed away in 2011, and he knows she was kind of a secret person and would not want her name mentioned. So he met her, and I felt bad for her because she was always jealous of Joan Baez because you know, they Dylan and Baez spent a lot of time together. And
Well, and also it's funny because it's I'm pretty sure it's historical that Dylan gave Baez some songs too, which is kind of strange, right? From
yeah,
the guys normally don't, especially if it's a
yeah.
female, you don't normally give your.
Well, well, I think Dylan might have used her to get some success because Baez was famous at the time.
No,
She had a
dude,
big,
she was major.
yeah, she had a big house. I think she signed to Columbia. I think she was signed to a big label, and the fact that he could hook up with the queen of folk music, he already you know Arlo Guthrie and Pete Seeger, he already befriended them. They loved him, so now he's with the queen, and so he's hooking up with her as a musician. But
Right.
are they hooking up? Hooking up? Did
And
he love her?
we don't,
We'll
yeah.
never know. They might have never even
Uh,
had a physical relationship. Who knows?
no, I know, and maybe when Mr. Joe Silkman watches this episode, he's gonna probably comment because he saw. I don't know if you saw the Thunder Review documentary directed
No, I'm
by.
gonna watch that next.
Have you seen it?
No, no.
Well, if you have Netflix, definitely check it out. And in that, so obviously it takes place in the 1970s or like 75 ish.
Hmm.
And the chemistry between Dylan and Baez is through the roof. Like
Yeah,
there's something there. And again, we don't know if they ended up, being together, but it definitely is fact that they collaborated,
yeah,
for
yeah.
sure. And they had sort of this um, great chemistry on stage.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Which in the movie, like you mentioned, Susie. What's the remind me of the
The
name of.
real Susie Rotolo.
So Susie Rotolo in the movie is on one of these festivals, and they're singing. Bias and Dylan are singing a duet of "It Ain't Me, Babe," and
Yeah.
she knows. It's
You
so
know,
obvious.
she actually left the Newport Jazz Festival at one. that part's sad. And that's not true. I mean, it could be like they make it seem when she leaves the Newport Jazz Festival. His best friend tells her to take the ferry or whatever, don't get in the cab,
Right.
and then he chases at her, and he gives her the cigarette through the fence, and it's almost as if like they're saying goodbye forever, but that's not true because in my research, um, he where did I put it? Trying to think. He had gotten her pregnant and she had an abortion.
You know what's funny, dude? Have you seen this movie called Inside Llewyn Davis?
No.
Oh wow. So dude, that's another movie that's worth purchasing, and if it's streaming, watch, because it's pretty much that sort of narrative that you just said where a folk singer, guitarist falls in love. So the main character of Inside Llewyn Davis is named Llewyn Davis. He's trying to make it big in the Greenwich folk scene, and
During during this era?
he has a similar story where he knocks up some girl and
Wow.
she ends up getting an abortion.
Oh, that's based on this.
That's why I mention it, because pretty much Inside Llewyn Davis is the inversion of Dylan's story. And there's a great scene. I don't know if you care about spoilers.
Okay.
Well, maybe I shouldn't spoil it for our audience, but the point is, it's you're reminding me of this, you know, drama. So
And it even said that Susie Rotolo's family was angry at him. I don't know if he was like, she had an abortion.
but you know what's
Fuck
funny?
off.
Do you remember the song in Bring It All Back Home? Remember that song after Outlaw Blues? Oh, I'm trying to remember what it was. Let me see if I can bring it up. But yeah, keep going. I'll bring it up. I think that's what it's about. We kind of discussed it on the Bring It All Back Home episode.
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now, actually, quick. On Bring It All Back Home, there's a song. And it's funny how you mentioned that about that. Oh, On the Road Again.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe I
Yeah.
think that maybe that's what it's. High
Yeah.
chance. Maybe that's what
I
you just
mean,
said.
I'm sure Bob Dylan, all these guys had girlfriends on the road. I mean, Zeppelin had a lot of them. You know what I mean? Teenage queens. Um, but like, I'm sure they all weren't faithful guys. How could you be when you've got a million adoring people, throwing themselves at you? You know what I mean? I think Rush probably was the only faithful group, who didn't. But there was all guys at the concert, so
I was
they
gonna
get a
say.
pass. But anyway, that's the story with Susan Rolo. And then Joan Baez. My opinion on that is, yeah, they probably fooled around. They probably hooked up. You fall in love with your singer. You're with them. You're close. They were on each other's face. They probably hooked up, but I didn't think they had a love for each other. I think Dylan was like maybe thinking, I'm gonna hook up with her, and I'm gonna. She helped his stardom. She recorded it. She had a lot to do with his success. Maybe
Yeah,
all of it.
yeah.
So maybe he took it as like, here's my meal ticket into the folk world. He had Pete Seeger on his side, Arlo Guthrie, he had everybody. The stars lined up for the guy,
Mhm.
and he fucking turned his back on him. It's so great,
Yeah.
you know. But
No, and did you notice in the movie? Well, Dylan has been labeled a turncoat. I think we talked about it
yeah,
yesterday. And
Benedict Arnold, yeah,
Benedict Arnold, right?
yeah,
And
hit him.
you see in the movie at the halfway point, it'll say, okay, a few months later, and he's completely transformed. He's wearing his clothes are now fitted. Like he looks like
Yeah.
the rocker type. Like he looks like he just got back from like the Mott scene in
Did they
England.
call him like a hobo with a rag top? His early review, I
Yeah,
mean, Joan Baez was so popular. She was on Time magazine.
right.
I mean, that's ridiculous. Like that's Beatles. So
Yep.
she was as pop. Well, she was obviously before the Beatles, right? I think like Joan Baez,
Yeah,
61.
before and during as well.
Yeah. So to be on Time Life magazine, she was probably like what's her name? Taylor Swift, of folk music,
Yeah. Yeah.
like
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
in popularity. So So like imagine hooking up with that. You're gonna make it, So I don't think he wrote any songs about her
Yeah,
on the
that,
three albums we
that's the
did.
idea that you mentioned. Right, right.
I was wrong because I didn't know the history till I saw this movie, and I didn't even know much about Susie Rotolo, and that is the one we always talk about. The one that got away,
Hmm.
the girl we all every man has that, and that is in. I can't speak for Bob Dylan, but I think up until whatever, maybe now, who knows? Susie Rotolo was the one that got away, that he wanted to be with. But
Right, right.
maybe once she had an abortion, which was a big deal in the 60s, like,
Mhm.
you didn't do that. Maybe she was like, you don't want to have a kid with me. You don't want to marry me. Fuck you. I don't know. I'm just guessing. Up two bleeps already. I'm sorry. You know. And then there's Sarah Louds.
Lounge, right? Lounge or
Yeah.
louds? Yeah.
Yeah. Sarah Louds.
So that's and it's funny that is a and I had it confused because I thought he married Susie Rotolo, and that's again, I'm only
Yeah.
human. I'm only human. So
Well, yeah, no, because there's so many women, lady, she's the lady of the lowlands,
yep, yep.
Louds, lowlands, and he had three girls, women in his life, so he was a little bit of a player, Bob Dylan, so
No, and you know what's funny, dude? And speaking, we're about to jump into Just Like a Woman. It's possible that that song is about Susie Rotolo.
I think, in my opinion,
I think you're just making me think right now because just based on the lyrics. And by the way, Susie, I don't know if you remember in the movie, um, she went by another name as you
yeah,
correctly
she
said.
went by Sylvia Russo. That was
Right,
like a girl I went to high school with from Portchester.
right. She was at some. I forgot the university. Some. She was this. She was in the intellectual life. Introduced Dylan. She
Oh yeah.
he looks smart, but then it makes sense why the lyrics and just like a woman, you do
Mm.
just like a woman, but you break down just like a little girl. Like,
Yeah,
you
she
know,
was an up and coming artist. She was trying to break into that. She was really, you know, a typical like artsy mid 60, almost beatnik, they used to call him, kind of vibe. Sophisticated woman. She was, and the girl, who's the girl that played her in the movie?
oh, she's famous. I can search it up. Yeah, she was great.
She's
I wish,
gorgeous.
I wish they kind of, mm, yeah, gave her a little more of more supporting role because I thought it was pretty good for
Yeah.
her acting.
And and Sarah Louds doesn't come in it yet. She's on Blonde
Dude,
on Blonde.
the actor that plays Sylvie Russo is Ellie Fanning.
Yeah. Now, is she related to like Dakota Fanning?
No, I think so. Yeah, I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure. Yep, her sister's Dakota Fanning.
yeah. I was gonna say, great in acting. Is amazing. He's from everybody. Ed,
Everybody.
what's his name? Ed Norton was.
Oh, Pete Seeger, he just, he
He's
just,
good an
he
actor.
just, he's so amazing, and it's crazy
That
because
guy's one of the best actors, man.
underrated.
Yeah, fantastic. Um, so those are the women in his life, and I'm gonna say, Susie Rotolo. Every song that we did from the past two Electric albums and Blonde on Blonde is about her.
Yeah.
And she had blonde hair, so hence Blonde on Blonde. The title.
No, dude, that's actually pretty brilliant because we were discussing this before we roll live, but
Yeah,
now it made me think because again we thought it was Joan Baez was the one that got away, but obviously, and I think the movie makes a good point of this. Now again, whether we're just two fans speculating,
yeah,
um, Bob Dylan definitely used Joan Baez. Now I don't think there was like a loving thing there. There might have been, but I
yeah,
think Dylan used her to get to the top, but obviously the songs, the love lost, love Lauren songs is what you just said. It's about
yeah,
Uzi Rotolo, the girl on the so for our listeners, the girl on the album cover, the freewheeling Bob Dylan.
yeah.
So
First album.
yeah,
Yeah, and she's the one that got away. And you're always gonna sing about the like Brad Delp, Mary Ann. You're gonna sing about the one that got away. So
Wait,
that's
what's that line? I see my Mary walking
walking away.
more
Oh,
than a feeling.
you know, all he wanted was peace of mind. There was
Right.
something about you. Let me take you home tonight.
Yeah,
Long time
dude,
foreplay.
pretty much every Boston song.
Don't look back. I got used to bad news.
Man.
Brad
And you,
Delp was so depressed. He got used to bad news. God. But in the end, with that guy, I don't even want to talk about my hero.
I
Like,
know. I know
there's
he's
a
so dude, he's so legendary. And for our listeners out there, listen to Boston's debut album. It's probably one of the greatest pieces of music, but definitely listen to More Than a Feeling.
yeah,
But yeah,
and
I can't speak ill on the guy because he's too legendary.
don't watch any documentaries about him. Please
Dude,
don't.
documentaries ruin our heroes, man.
Yeah, please. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to believe it. But
No, and,
anyway,
and speaking of like, just one more thing. What did you think of the portrayal of Dylan? A lot of people thought that he came across like really mean, like a jerk. What did you think?
I wish I could be that way. I swear to God. I wish I could be the kind of person. I'm gonna use the you could censor me, that gave no fucks in life, because he didn't. He didn't. He didn't care. And
Right.
if I could relive my life, I would relive it like Bob Dylan. Because
I,
my problem
dude,
was,
I think dude, there's some philosophy there where it's sort of like that Rushian philosophy where you
yeah,
have
Rush had it too.
they didn't care. So they didn't do music just to oh, we want like a top 10 single.
Hmm.
Bob Dylan, he didn't care whether or not this was going to be successful. He was just he pretty much like, and it's funny the movie shows this because so he's pretty much the inventor of folk rock, first of all.
Yeah,
So and who would have guessed that this was going to blow up, especially with the Birds?
yeah.
And then what he did was he started to do a fusion of all these genres. And
Hmm.
obviously, I know a lot of people have issues with the singing, but I love how he just doesn't care.
No,
Like it's
I
crazy.
I think his philosophy, in what I love about him, is like give no fucks. I think that's a great philosophy to live in your life, because when you live that way, you're happy. You know, I mean, deep down, he was maybe hurting inside or whatever, but like he didn't care what people thought. And I kind of am at that point in my life now as I'm older. And my grandmother had said that to me. She's like, when you're going to hit a point in your life where you're just not going to care what people think or care, you're just going to do what you want to do, and that's a great way to live.
You know what's funny? I embrace
But
that.
always be respectful. Like,
Oh no, for sure. I always say the golden rule: do unto others as you would like them to do unto you, right? Like that
yeah,
respect. But I agree. I love that. I love that philosophy. I always and I realize who cares what other people think? Who cares?
yeah. I
Just
used to care like what people thought of me or my music, my band, or I look back at my life. I'm almost sometimes when we have this, I feel like I'm like you're the therapist, and I'm just like throwing my problems out because we're just such good friends. Like,
no,
I
I love
wish
it.
I could. I wish I could have been more like Steve Harris in my previous bands
Right.
and just said, no, I don't want to do it that way. I want to do it this way. But I
Right.
was always like, okay, okay. And that's why those bands didn't work out, because I was always right. And I'm going to admit that, I was always right. And the other people were always wrong. And I just went along with them because they had egos that couldn't fit in this room. In
Right.
my previous last band, my last band that I was in you know. So, but anyway, be like Bob Dylan in the music
I
industry.
know.
That's
Just
the only
like
way you're gonna make it.
someone there was I'll do a plug in for a certain remember when I told you certain audiences have discovered the show, but there was one brilliant little person that I don't know if you ever heard this expression chilling like Bob Dylan.
Oh,
Is that a thing?
children like Matt Dillon.
Uh-huh. So what does that mean?
I don't know. I think it was in a song, a rap song. I heard it like children like.
Well, I don't know. But I do like that motto. Chill like Bob Dylan. Be chilling.
Yeah.
So
I
I
mean,
love that.
I always thought it was Matt Dillon. But I think children like Bob Dylan. I like that.
I think that's a great motto. And this little person said it, and I was like, wow, never heard that, but I like it.
And just to bring up Matt Dillon, like Bob Dylan, the success was like, Bob Dylan just he got very lucky going to New York. Who goes to New York and becomes a superstar? It's
Yeah,
very odd to happen. So he met the right people. Matt Dillon, just a quick story about him because he's from Mamaroneck. That guy was meant by the gods to become an actor. Because have you ever seen the movie? Now you're a movie buff. Over the Edge.
I heard of it, but have not seen it.
It's a great movie from the mid '70s. It's about anarchy, kids in middle school, drugs and all this crazy shit. No, yeah, it's like '78. So the producers were across the street. There's a place called Walters. It's like a hot dog joint facing the Mamaroneck High School, and they're like, we need a kid who's a badass to be in this movie. We can't find the badass. And here comes Matt Dillon, no shirt on, a vest, lighting a cigarette up, leaning up against the wall. This is the legend I heard. And they were like, there is our actor for the movie. I don't even care if he's not an actor or he's going to become one. That's the rumor I heard from somebody who lived in Mamaroneck and knew all this. So I don't know, just a quick side note. I love Matt Dillon, by the way. Great actor, you know. So anyway, so some other things that I researched that aren't true, but we wish they were true, you
Hmm.
know. So I think it was so beautiful when he goes into the hospital in New Jersey and with his guitar and Arlo Guthrie and Pete Seeger are there, and Arlo Guthrie is like, I forget the name of the disease he had that was really sad because his mother had it, his kids end up getting it. It's some weird genetic disease where you're almost like your motor skills. It's like living in like a stroke like
Right.
body. Um, so he goes, he plays the legendary song for him, and everything is great. It's a heartwarming scene,
It
And then
is.
Pete Seeger takes him to his house and introduces him to everybody. That unfortunately that didn't happen.
Hmm.
Not truth, but I mean, you know how I am about facts and stuff, but I
Right.
really I loved that scene. I thought that might have been my favorite scene in the whole movie. I mean, next to the Newport Jazz Festival, where it was like heartwarming,
Right.
because like,
And dude, he died from complications of Huntington's disease.
yeah, it's a brutal,
Huntington's. Yeah.
brutal piece. So that was fake.
That was a great scene though. Very very
Oh,
heartwarming and sweet. Great
beautiful.
scene.
And they don't have to go into detail. I guess I see your point.
Now,
Like,
that's what I was trying to explain to you
yeah,
because
I'm starting to
in the
get it.
movie making world, if it was too literal, like that, obviously that scene cannot happen. But
Yeah.
then Dylan actually never did any of that.
Yeah, I mean, he met Arlo Guthrie, like in the bar. Arlo Guthrie wasn't sick yet.
Right.
He was still performing. He met Pete Seeger in the Village.
Right.
Pete Seeger seen him play and was like, "Oh my God, we're gonna hook you up." And that's how he came across
Right.
Joan Baez.
Right.
So and he never gave Arlo Guthrie never gave him a harmonica, and he never gave him a harmonica back, which
Yeah.
I like that idea, and I like the scene saying, "Here's the folk world. I'm getting the harmonica. Now I'm giving you back the folk world because I don't want the folk world
Right,
anymore."
right, and it's so devastating because Woody Guthrie, who's in the movie, it shows him definitely deep in Huntington's disease, right? It's
Yeah, yeah,
late stages, or at least,
yeah, and he wasn't. He wasn't.
but it's crazy. It's devastating because he has the harmonica and he's kind of like, no, no, like, stay.
Yeah,
It's great. It's so symbolic of so many things.
yeah, yeah. And okay. This is there any more about
And by the way,
oh
before your next point for our audience, we're discussing A Complete Unknown, which is the movie that on Bob Dylan, and you're kind of like providing some you're debunking some things in the movie that is actually myths.
yeah. And I recommend, even if you're not a Bob Dylan fan, if you're a music fan, see the movie. Brilliant. Can't stop talking about it. Um, so Pete Seeger did not. Pete Seeger, he hated Bob Dylan, but not because he left the folk scene. It was about left wing politics.
Exactly.
So that's why he didn't like him. Okay. Um, so just end the Pete Seeger thing. A couple other funny things. Now, when I seen the Johnny Cash letter thing, I was like, okay, this has got to be BS, because that would be like if I became a little famous and Geddy Lee wrote me a letter. Like, oh my God! So I was like, this is BS. But no, that's 100%
Yeah.
true. Johnny Cash did write Bob Dylan a letter and said how much he loved him. I don't know if at the Newport Folk Festival did he hand him the electric guitar, because Bob Dylan was sort of still like, really, should I go acoustic? Should I not? And then Johnny Cash he was talking to, and Johnny Cash said, just do it, and then he handed him the guitar. I
Right.
don't know. That's just a beautiful moment.
Mhm.
Like go for it. Um, and then the Al Cooper scene might be the coolest scene in the movie, man. Like,
I agree. It's like one of the many. Yeah, I think it's one of the coolest ones.
and that's one of those iconic music things that just happens. Al
And
Cooper.
and for our audience, tell us what is the Al Cooper scene, or what exactly happens?
So Al Cooper goes in the studio. He wants to be a part of the session. Mike Bloomfield's there. He's talking to the manager. And the manager's like, we already got it, because Al Cooper wanted to play guitar. He's like, we already got a guitar player. We got Mike Bloomfield, from Paul Butterfield, Paul Butterfield Blues Band. He's like, yeah, but I want to be in the session. So he's like, I don't know. So he runs over to the Hammond organ, doesn't really know how to play it, doesn't know how to turn it on. Some dude turns it on. Might have been Mike Bloomfield. I don't know. They count the song off, and then you hear the chords to like a Rolling Stone, those iconic organ chords, and Dylan looks around, and Dylan says, like, I met my musical partner for the next couple albums, and then they're just rocking out. So that was factual, and that's very important. That's very important. I didn't know about that. I was questioning that. I was like, was Al Cooper not famous at that point? Maybe he wasn't. Because if Al Cooper walked in the studio, you would be like, oh, Al, of course you could sit in.
Right, right.
Um, and I also learned, and they didn't bring this up. Well, they did. Joan Baez plays A House of the Rising Sun, and the Animals were Bob Dylan's main influence to go electric, and
Yep.
the Beatles, of course, but the Animals. And I thought that should be mentioned. And I think that's everything that I got in my notes on the movie. And then the Blues Man, I think I forgot his name, but the Blues guy isn't he's a fictitious character,
Yep.
but
Yep.
the metaphor is it's all of Bob Dylan's influences.
Yep. In one scene, and I love how I know before the before on the we were on the air that I said it's Son House, but then you mentioned how the player in the movie is more technically proficient, which
Yeah,
again, so it just makes me think. Okay, so it's a blending of all these influences
it's
that.
Robert Johnson, it's Ma
Yep.
Rainey, it's
Which,
Funhouse.
and by the way,
Like,
I think it's embodied in Mike Bloomfield.
oh yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
know?
Well, Mike Bloomfield studied the Delta blues. You hear it, and he admitted it. When you listen to Paul Butterfield, I don't know if you've ever really listened to Paul Butterfield Blues Band. It's the Delta blues. It's Mike Bloomfield is not a household name. I mean, he is and he isn't. You
I
always
I
hear.
was I was gonna say he's not really a household name, but his his influence on like rock music is undeniable. Like
Oh yeah,
it's
oh, you always hear the John Mayhalls and the Alexis Coroners and the Peter Greens, but but Bloomfield. I remember I got turned on to Bloomfield by a guy at the Temple. He's like, "No, dude, you like blues? You got to check this dude out." And I'm like, "It's the guy who played on the Super Sessions." He's like, "Yeah," and I got some of his solo stuff and was like, "Fuck, this guy's brilliant. He's one, amazing." And just really, sad situation with him, how he
yeah,
passed away.
I was gonna say Jack White, eat your heart out.
Yeah, we won't go there. We won't, I mean,
Or John Mayer, yo, Mike Bloom has nothing on you.
oh no, no. Mike Bloomfield was special, and he was clean. Like he was a clean player. He wasn't really distorted like Hendrix. This is pre Jimi Hendrix too, mind you.
Right, right.
And I'm sure if you went up to Jimi Hendrix in '67 or '68 and said, "What do you think of Mike Bloomfield?" He'd be like, "Oh yeah, he's a guy." You
Dude,
know.
and speaking of distortion, I think you definitely, yeah, this is like pre Kings, pre Who, pre Hendrix. So,
Yeah.
and the Beatles played around with distortion too, but there was nothing. Yeah,
Well, I
yeah.
think Helter Skelter. Do 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 do
Oh,
do
no,
do.
no, 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 but no, actually, even earlier with the beginning of "I Feel Fine,"
Yeah, yeah.
it
They
has
were
that
messing with
weird
it.
sound. And John Lennon comments, yeah, we were the first. John Lennon being John Lennon, I think John Lennon was a very obviously like he always likes, like he said, for example, we invented heavy metal with Ticket to Ride or something. He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Oh, the
But,
Beatles invented. I always say Helter Skelter is the first
of
metal.
course, of course.
Why would Motley Crue cover it? It's got something. And I think Hendrix is the first guitar player, and Clapton, to
Yep.
really put dirt. Another word for distortion on the guitar. Oh,
Now with
Townsend.
Clapton though,
Pete Townsend did it in my generation.
I no, I was gonna say he's
Yeah,
probably the earlier one, but he really didn't, like, he used it sort of like the way the Kinks did it, where
yeah, yeah.
it's sort of like an archetype, or and then Hendrix came and realized I can make a whole distorted,
Oh, yeah,
sound, and I don't
yeah,
care what people think. And I
yeah.
think Eric Clapton was inspired because Eric Clapton used to have, like, he also had a distorted sound, but I think
Mhm.
something always
But it was
kind of like,
clean. It was clean
yeah,
as well. Yeah.
yeah,
It wasn't until Hendrix, Hendrix played a Strat, so it was clean and distorted at the same time. And for bass, it's funny, like, Jack Bruce invented like distorted bass. Well,
yeah,
well, Entwistle did. Entwistle did on my generation. He got that distorted sound. But Jack Bruce, you listen to like Crossroads, but that's, you know, like farted out distortion, which I love. And the funny thing is, Geezer, distortion was bad back in the day. Like if something was too loud,
mhm.
it distorted, and the engineers were like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa! It's clipping, it's clipping."
I was
And,
gonna say, yeah, yeah.
and so,
Distortion was like, from like a sound engineer or recording perspective.
yeah,
It was, wait a minute, hold on, oh, it sounds distorted. Let it go
I
for a
think
clean
the
sound.
story with Geezer was like it was clipping, and he was getting that really fuzzy sound, and Geezer's like, "No, I like that," because they were so loud. Sabbath was so loud in the studio, everything bled together, and the engineers were like, "No, it can't do that. It can't do that." Imagine if they listened to the engineer, they wouldn't have that sound. I like bleeding. Bleeding means when uh all the sounds come together in the studio, and you get the bass and the guitar are coming together, and it distorts all together. It kind of just mushes together. Now, forget about it. Everything has to be done on a click track. Everything has to be done perfect, with on certain levels. It can't clip into the red. I remember playing in studios and they were saying, "Oh, the bass is too loud. You got to come down. It's going to distort." I'm like, "Yeah, I want it to distort," or like, "Oh, you got to play with a click track," and I'm like, "Hell no, I never would play with a click track."
You know what's funny is, just going back to Bob Dylan, you hear that, and I could be wrong, but you hear it in Tombstone Blues, because Tombstone Blues sounds chaotic. Like
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
loud, abrasive. It's like early punk rock.
It is. It is. It is. And you need that. You need the feel of a musician. A click track is good if you're playing like death metal or like real thrashy metal where everything has like da, 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 or house music with a boom, boom, boom. But in 70s blues, rock or rock, you don't need a click track for the drummer to play.
Right.
You know,
Right.
and Bob Dylan with a click track would have been a mess. You know what I mean? That wouldn't have
I
worked.
know.
But anyway, just to recap the movie, phenomenal movie. Go and
Agreed.
see it. I
Everybody
couldn't.
go and see it. I think for any rock music fan and Bob Dylan fan,
Oh yeah, yeah.
it's a must see. And you know what's funny? I heard some criticisms from like some people didn't like the movie because the way Dylan was portrayed. They felt the story was a little too weak. Um, the characters, like the relationships, weren't really fleshed out. But I think this movie is for like I don't know if you would agree with this. It's for two type of people, like people like us, where
Hmm.
we love Bob Dylan, and just the fact that we can relive this one moment, that 1960, like we've been doing on the show, and
Yeah,
that we're
yeah.
capping off with Blonde on Blonde. That's what the movie's about. And for the young generation, watch it so you can kind of see a legend and get inspired by it.
Oh yeah, and I think the beauty of it with Dylan came out at the right place at the right time by going electric. You had the
Yeah,
Kinks, you had the Beatles, because my mom is a great example. We're watching it, and my mom knew like a Rolling Stone and Mr. Tambourine, all these songs. And she says, I remember buying that on a 45, and she's like, this is my high school years. Bob Dylan was on the radio constantly, and he was targeting my mom's generation who loved the
right.
Beatles. They worshiped the Beatles, and also my mom was talking about like the Cuban Missile Crisis and how how they got into that, where people were like looting and rioting and scared. My mom said that was a
Which
very
they show in the movie.
yeah, and my mom said that was a very scary weekend. She said
Yes,
everybody was scared in that time. So it was nice to watch it with my mom. It's like from the historical point that she lived it as a kid, as a pre-teenager or teenager. So definitely watch the movie, check it
it's
out.
a must see. It's
Give
a
us
must see.
give us your opinion on it. If you have other facts that we missed, please comment
Yeah,
politely, of course.
yeah,
You know.
politely because we have I just just for our commentators, nice comments because we have viewers are of all ages, so
Yeah,
you
of
know.
course, of course. Of all age, now
So
we've got the bracket. We've gone up in our subscribers, almost 3,000 views.
amazing, dude. And by the way, we're up 72
Oh
subscribers.
my
So
god, I can't, I can't.
I can't.
Kids today, how they do these things, how they find things. It's funny. Damn internet. Anyway, you want to jump
Yeah,
into?
just like a woman. If I'm gonna, I'll start it off by singing that first part. Dude, yeah, this. I'll be honest, I like this song. It's a phenomenal song. It's probably the most radio friendly sound song
Yeah,
on the album. Um, it's and I guess we'll start from the top. I know when I edit this, it's gonna kind of like join together with what we discussed before,
yeah.
and um, yes, yeah, we'll get started. So yeah,
Yeah.
just like a woman. Take
Just
it
like a
away.
woman. It was criticized as a sexist song. It's a love affair stuck in a recurring loop. And I wrote, could it be about Joan Baez? But we know who it's about. And I got to
Yeah,
remember Susie Rotolo. That's who it's about. Exactly. They're stuck in a loop. He's on tour. She's in New York. In the movie, she went to Italy for 12 weeks and he lived in her apartment. And I think he supposedly messed around with Joan Baez at that point. Or is it about Dylan being on tour and just kind of now I got the movie in my head. Like, is he torn between folk and electric? You know, could it be about that? Night after night, expecting expectations from the audience from his
right.
new sound being electric. Do they like it? Do they not like it? You know, so having those facts now, seeing that movie really opened up more. I started from
No,
you. I learned so much from you about Bob Dylan. I always loved Bob Dylan, but I wasn't like a scholar on him, like say
no,
Zeppelin or Rush. But now
no, no.
I consider myself a scholar on Bob Dylan. I know a lot about
Yeah,
him.
no, dude. No, and it's funny because I I something happened where I was listening. Of obviously, we were on a Rush high,
Yeah,
and I at one point I think I was only listening to Rush. Like I was listening to Xanadu at least like 3 times a day.
yeah,
But then I think it was because of the movie. I started re-listening to Bob Dylan, and I realized, wait a minute, I forgot how much I love Bob Dylan because he was one of
yeah,
the first rock artists I discovered. And just going back to the first part where he says, nobody feels any pain. Like that's if you watch the movie, that's and then he goes here, like tonight as I stand inside the rain, and he goes, everybody knows that baby's got new clothes. Like he's
yeah,
singing about that's Susie Rotolo.
yeah,
Because she
yeah.
was sort of like a high fashion. She was into the latest fashions. She
Hmm.
was in the high New York scene, artsy scene.
Yeah,
And you're right, the movie definitely challenges our now I because on the episodes on Bring All Back Home and Highway 61, we made the case. Oh, it's Joan Baez. It's
yeah.
Joan
We didn't
Baez.
really think. We didn't think about it too much, you know. And like, I don't think Joan Baez was any. There was any love for her. There was lust and a great musical partner.
Yeah,
Phenomenal. They worked together. And
great compatibility musically.
how could you not fall in love with the artistic side of her? And she's a beautiful woman, and he's a man, and of course they're gonna hook up, and I'm sure they did. But that was it. It wasn't like I'm in love with you, you're in love with me. Let's get married. No, you know what I mean. That kind of thing. So um, that's why I was always in bands. We always had these rules: no girl singers, because we did not
I
want.
mean, dude,
And that's not a diss to girl singers. It was just like I don't want to say the wrong
well,
thing.
dude, no, dude, the timeless lessons that can be learned from Fleetwood Mac.
Exactly. Like we were just like every time we'd audition a singer, and like back in the day, you get like these very attractive heavy metal girls come in who could sing like Ann Wilson. We're like, oh, that'd be awesome having a girl singer, but somebody's gonna try to get her number or hook up with her. And I was in a band with a girl singer at one point who was very hot, and I was like, ooh, wait a second, but I don't, I hold back, my mind, it's just the animal instinct in a man. I don't know. Um. Anyway, I got to keep this rated G show. I remember now. Um.
You're doing a good job so far.
Thank you.
The devil's in the details.
Yeah, a breakup song. You fake just like a woman. You make love just like a woman. You break just like a little girl. I mean, it, and you could see where it gets criticized as a sexist song by probably, feminists and stuff like that. But it's about Susie. It's about Susie. Totally, the whole
Right.
song. You know, so we might just stop the whole podcast now and say this whole album about Susie, except for the lady from the Midlands.
Yeah, and it's funny because that's our theory. And again, what's
Yeah.
beautiful about Dylan's music is that it's open to interpretation for
Oh
sure.
yeah, yeah, yeah. All
I
power
mean,
to him.
I could see how people would think about it's about John Baez, but dude, an interesting line is this. Look at this. Like after the first part, he goes like, Queen Mary, she's my friend, and he says, "Yes, I believe I'll go see her again." I think that's John Baez.
Could be, could be. Yeah, Queen.
Because look, nobody has to guess that baby can't be blessed.
Yeah,
Like he's putting in the song like till she sees finally that she's like all the rest.
yeah.
Joan
It's like
Baez.
the songs are coded.
Yeah,
E-
they're very heavily. Yeah, you're right. It's
It's like,
like it's Dylan esque.
and we're breaking the code. I think we're breaking some of these codes. I would love to meet a real Dylanologist and have him watch our episodes and be like, "You guys got it, or you guys are way off." You know what I
We're
mean?
way off. I mean, if there are any Dylanologists by chance watching, comment below. Are we off? Are we just
Yeah, I
no?
don't think we're off, man. I think after watching that movie, my eyes opened big time to these particular three albums that we're talking about. We did the three. I mean, we did all the
Well,
albums, but the three we focused on.
well, and just to go back lyrically, I mean, where he says, I just can't fit. Yes, I believe it's time for us to quit. When we meet again, introduced as friends. And then, please don't let on that you knew me when I was hungry and it was your world. Dude, it's obvious.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah,
if we're wrong, I mean, we're wrong, but it definitely is breakup song for sure. And it's the song, the love lost, which was Susie.
yeah, definitely.
Suze Rotolo, I think Suze.
Yeah, Susie Rotolo. I don't know why they called her Sylvia Russo. It's such a funny name to me. It sounds like a girl like I dated in ninth grade. Uh, so okay, the music, just like a woman, very different time signature. It's in 6/8 time. Now, you know,
Really?
we're getting into like Rush. Rush used 7/8 subdivisions. One two
Wait,
one
wait.
two.
So the song is in 6/8 time.
Yes, 6/8 time.
Can you do like you're good
Yeah.
at doing? Can you do like how it
So I'll
sounds
give
like?
you an example of 6/8. It's every 50 song. Dot 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 dot. 1 2 3 4 5 6. 1 2 3 4.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Heavy hi hat. Dun dun dun. It's broken up into two groups. 1 2 3 4 5 6. So it also could be felt as 2 4. 1 2 1 2, being that 1 2 3 4 5 6. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Now bands like
Yeah,
Rush.
it sounds like a 50 song.
Yeah, it's all 50. That 50s vibe. That's how I learned 6/8. Or an Irish jig is in 6/8. Irish music. And also Rush added 7. So they took a bar and they added that to the 6, and it's like don 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 subdivisions. 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 2 3. So there's an extra beat. Subdivisions would be not working in 6/8. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5 6. 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 1 2 3. So then there's 9/8 and there's 12/8. And 12/8 is like 6 2 times. 9/8 is like 9/8 would be like 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 2 1. It's very progressive rock. Have
Yeah,
you
it
ever heard?
sounds. Yeah.
You ever heard of Mussorgsky? Yeah,
No.
I think he did pictures at an exposition. He was the king. That's how I learned about odd meter in college of classical music. He would go from 2/4, then he'd go into a bar of 5/4, then he'd go into 9/8, then he'd go into 12/8. Then there's even 15/8. You listen to Frank Zappa. Frank Zappa was the king of 15/8, or bands like Fate's Warning, who I love. They got into 15/8. I'm not even going to explain that, but anyway, Dylan uses 6/8, which is like he's just strumming in 4. Everybody must get stoned. He's growing. He's growing so much. Great drum opener, which I
Yeah.
love. Melodic harmonica, great arpeggios played on the guitar. Um, so many great musical parts going on at once. The song is huge. It has a production. Its production got better.
Oh, I would say the production on this song is everything is perfect. Like it's pop perfection. If
Yeah.
you know, if,
Great drum fills at the end of each chorus. Great guitar solo, and then there's an organ break that's amazing in this song. Like a quick little organ break. And then there's let me see, where is this? And just great vocals, like great rhythmic vocals. So he's singing along with the rhythm of the song that's like changing, which is odd for Dylan. He normally would just strum 9 choruses. Now he's going into like if the chords are going by fast, he's singing over that.
right.
So giant growth. His moving pictures. Sorry, Joe. We had to bring in a Rush reference. uh, Let me see what else I got. It's a sad song, musical
Yep.
growth, the most different song so far on the album.
Yeah.
Uh, there's a fast key change in the song. He changes keys, which is another thing he never did.
Wait, is that the part? Let me add it, if I had to take a guess, is that the part where it goes like it was raining from the first, and I was dying there of thirst?
Yep, he goes into another key.
It has a weird like yeah, yeah.
It's called modulation. So if you're in the key of C, you know, you can modulate to, the key of G. The greatest modulation ever in any song is the Cheap Trick song. And I don't know how they got away with it. You got to be a good singer. Mommy's all right, Daddy's all right. What is that song?
Oh, surrender.
Surrender. I think it's in. I don't remember what key it's in, but the last verse goes up a half step. They change keys. They
Dude,
modulate.
I hear it. He goes from da da na no. Like I'm trying to
Yeah,
like see if I can do it myself. Like,
I
yep,
remember.
you're right.
I remember learning that song, going, okay. Normally it stays in the same key: C, G, F, C. The chorus is F, whatever. And I'm like, what am I? What am I missing? What is he doing? I'm sitting there for hours. And I'm like, holy shit! He modulated up a half step. He took all the chords and he played it in a half step key. Normally you would
Right.
modulate to a whole step, and you would change keys, and it's hard to do, or something that I was never good at. And I hated when musicians would do this, like, oh, let's play this song. Let's play it, say it's in the key of E. Let's play it in the key of C sharp. And I'm like, oh God, I got to figure this out. I know it in E. Let's just play it in E, but jazz is like, that's like, they're masters at that. They change keys like crazy, and so just a quick fun fact about Surrender. Definitely check that modulation out by Cheap Trick, which we will
For
do a
sure.
show on eventually.
Oh
We'll
yeah,
never.
I'm a huge Cheap Trick fan.
We talked about how much we love Cheap Trick. Yeah, so that's about it on that song. Any
Yeah,
any
great, great,
comments?
great pop. No, great pop song. I think it's definitely like "Rainy Day Women." It's the most unusual song in that the production is so pristine, pop,
Yeah,
like, and it has and underneath the layers musically has those time signatures and that modulation, which is interesting.
yeah, and I think going to Memphis to record by whose idea was that, Johnston, the producer. Uh, that was the greatest idea because the production was way better than New York, and I don't know why. They got such a better sound
Hmm.
in Memphis.
No, and I will admit, just comparing the sound of this of Blonde on Blonde in comparison to, you know, Bring It All Back Home and Highway 61 Revisited, don't get me wrong, those albums sound amazing. They're put up some of the greatest rock music one can hear. But Blonde on Blonde, and I think it's that Nashville move. It has a sound
Hmm.
that is, I don't know how Dylan got it. It's
Yeah,
definitely, I don't know. It's I don't know.
I think moving to Nashville. I think when bands move around studios, they get a better sound.
Yeah,
Look at Rush. They went to La Studio, and look what they created at La
right.
Studio. Master, starting with Permanent Waves. From the first album. Like, look at the production, and Terry Brown was involved on the first album, and
Right.
so it's a matter of equipment and stuff, and in the '60s, like, they didn't have great equipment compared to like the '70s and the
No,
'80s.
no, they did it.
Like,
They
it's
did it.
done on 4-track. People forget that. The Beatles, I think, started 8-track.
Yep, yep. They had to, and they had to work above what the technology was available. So
Yeah,
they had to get creative, which is crazy.
they were splicing tapes. I'm so old. I go back to quarter-inch tape. So before digital, my first seance, my first band, my first time in the recording studio, you would have to buy the tape for $150. I think it was, and it was like, it only held like maybe an hour or 80 minutes worth of music, and it was a reel to reel tape, a big tape. put it on the thing, goes to an analog board, and it sounds so much better than digital. It's so much warmer. I remember recording on analog in the late '80s because digital was out there, but like you'd have to have tons of money to use it. So I think my
Right.
early recordings were all done on digital. I mean analog, which is cool.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I remember the guy splicing it together, and why am I thinking 100? Maybe it was 150 minutes of tape, and then it would break off at the end, and you'd have to start over, if it ran out of tape. So only us old fogies remember that, you know. And then DAT tapes came out like maybe a few years later. These little tiny tapes that would, okay, here's your product, here you go, and I'll go to the mastering house, and you're looking at this going, what, you know. Uh, Most likely you will go your way, and I'll go mine.
So, dude, this is I think this is one of the best. I love this song so much. I don't know if any other. I don't know how you feel about it, but dude, this song is a song now that I just replay
Yeah,
like
it's
several
beautiful.
times. For it's probably the most, dude. It's probably Dylan perfected.
I think so. It might be the best song on the album. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
amazing. Um, Once again, I think it's about our girl, uh, Susie Patolo. A breakup song, and the narrator can't deal with the unpredictability and the lack of communication from their partner. It's a dialogue between lovers parting ways, lies and weakness of the partner that he finds it's hard to care. But he also says the woman is unfaithful. So she did mess around in the movie. Remember that scene when he got punched and he always went back to her. We always go back to the ones that we love. You know what I mean? The first one. He knocks on her door and he's like, I just need a towel. And you hear a guy in the back say, who's at the door? So and she had said, we're broken up though. But maybe in his mind, he's Bob Dylan. He's like, no, you don't break up with Bob Dylan. Who knows? Or it could just be a random song. You know. How do you feel about that?
No, no, I think you got it because it's like in the song, he's criticizing the lies and weakness of a woman, um, and it's just from the way he sings the lyrics is, and again, like, you know how you're saying, you always keep saying this thing over and over again, where mine throughout this episode is going to be like his singing. Now, it's not the best, like he's not the best singer, but he makes it work with the song. Like, it's kind of funny. I'm gonna see if I can parody. Like, he's saying like, "You say you love me and you're thinking of me." Like, it just
Yeah,
works with the song. Like, I
it's
never heard anything like it.
he's singing rhythmically. Bob Dylan's a
It
rhythmic singer. He's not a melodic singer in the
Yep.
sense, where Geddy Lee is melodic.
Right.
Dickinson is operatic, melodic.
Right.
Robert Plant is just Robert Plant. You can't compare anybody to him. He's melodic. He's bluesy. He's everything. So but Dylan is very rhythmic. I can't really think of another singer who's rhythmic, who's singing
Yeah.
along. You know,
That's a good way. That's a good way of putting it, because just from the way he's singing the lyrics are biting. Like, he says, just to keep going, he says, and I'll go last, then time will tell just who fell and who's been left behind. When
yeah,
you go your way, I go mine. It's like so
crazy.
biting, like
Yeah,
he's criticizing whoever this girl is, and our theory is that Susie
I, I
Rotolo.
I really think it is. I think all the song is. Um, so musically, oh, what was funny in the movie when he buys that kazoo thing? I thought of you.
Dude, what's funny? That's a myth.
Is that a myth? But it's in the song.
No, 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 not the kazoo. I love that scene. Like when he
Whenever,
sees that kazoo and he
yeah,
starts blowing it. But remember how we discussed, like we discovered that Al Cooper, like there's a lot of ideas where it came from,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
one of them was that Al Cooper had it. Like he was the
right.
one that brought it in. So that's one theory. Like that's what Al Cooper says.
And the
But I
drummer,
love how Dylan.
I read the drummer played it on the album.
Right,
That was Highway
right, right.
61. It's on that album, right?
It's the song. Well, my replay on that song, but Highway 61 revisited.
Yeah, that's yeah. So yeah, so that's but it's cool how they brought that they put that in there, and he's in the studio with it, which is when they're recording, you know. Um, so let's see. So Charlie McCoy is playing trumpet, um, double by harmonica, great rhythm guitar strums, great cymbal
Oh,
crashes. Cymbal
yeah,
crashes are amazing. The drummer's amazing. Great
dude.
pre-chorus.
Dude, the song, the way it kind of so musically, the way it chugs along, it's
Yeah,
like I always say in rock music, like you're not rock. It like you know how it's sort of similar to like I have on my Apple Music. I have this playlist called like rocking tunes, but
yeah,
I don't mean because I guess the word would be like roll licking. It's sort of like it creates sort of like just from the first beat with those and
yeah.
you hear like when like you just hear like it's just
Or
rocking. It's
and we'll talk. We talked about this. You sent me something the other day, like, why is this song so amazing? And it was the Rover. So
oh dude,
the minute you hear, boom, ba, ba, ba,
dude
ba,
don't
ba, ba, da, 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 bow. You know, like,
no no, and just to add for the I can't wait to physical graffiti has been life changing for me. So I have to thank you and Joe because now I have a new, now I'm obsessed with Zeppelin.
one of the
But
greatest
the
albums ever.
Rover, oh, dude. But in the Rover, you're right. Uh, like when the song starts, right, and down, and like you hear Jimmy Page is like that's
It,
rock and roll.
you know
That's
what's
the
great?
like songs like most likely you go your way and I'll go mine is meant to be played live
Oh, yeah.
on stage and loud. Like it's
Yep.
amazing.
It's just raw. It's just raw. And then like those cymbal crashes, they stand out. You know, like the production is
Yeah, I know.
great chorus, great clean guitar licks, great dynamics in the music. And the drum pattern is very unique. Nice trumpet and harmonica outro. So, you know, that's what I got in the music for that. And there's just so much growth on the music. It's not him strumming nine fucking choruses, you know, which is great. But the man grew. I would say he grew like Rush. Sorry, Joe. You know what I mean? Like, sorry to bring up another Rush reference, but that's the only way I could describe. Or okay,
Yeah,
we'll bring a
yeah,
Zeppelin reference up. He grew like Zeppelin's first album to say Presence. You know?
yeah. Well, dude, I would argue, and Led Zeppelin. The more I listen to them, the more I realize, man, they're probably up there one of the greatest rock bands of all time. But
Oh yeah,
starting with Led Zeppelin one and Led Zeppelin two, which they're phenomenal albums. But then you listen to Physical Graffiti, and dude, like they just matured and became like
and
Bob Dylan became Bob Dylan, Blonde on Blonde.
a lot of that, and even with well, Bob Dylan, you know, unfortunately in the '60s he didn't have the greatest recording equipment, you know, but
Yeah,
Zeppelin
yeah,
in early '70s there probably wasn't the greatest recording equipment, but I love the recording equipment. But by 1976, when Presence came out, you know, that's or '78 Into the Outdoor, you know, Asia, Steely Dan, the
right.
recording equipment started to change. It got advanced. You're going from 8 tracks to 16 tracks to 24 tracks now. I think on
Right.
one of the Zeppelin songs, "Sick Again," Jimmy Page did 12 guitar tracks. You know,
Wow.
not to throw a spoiler in there, but yeah, so they were using probably 16 tracks. But unfortunately, in the '60s, the you know, some especially Motown, like Motown's the greatest songs ever, but like I wish the band could be more crisper. Like you hear the bass and you hear the drums, but it's very thumpy. It's very bassy. As much as you could remix that, it's not as crisp as say
Wait,
funk,
what is this for? What is this?
Motown. Motown. When you
Oh,
listen
right,
to
right,
Motown, you know, you listen to
right,
like, and just a few years later when James Brown came out, you hear everything crystal clear. The bass and the drums.
right.
Motown, the recordings weren't as great, and a lot of musicologists have said that. Uh, yeah, so it's amazing how. And then the 80s come, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. It all changes. Music gets better sounding, but the quality of the music gets weaker, in my opinion. Like
Right.
so in the 50s, it's like you can barely hear, like some of the bass and stuff like that. In the 60s, the Beatles always got a good bass sound, but it wasn't until Sergeant Pepper's when it started to get better, their production. 70s,
Yeah.
great production. 80s, everything was heard and too clean, and the music was still good. The 90s, the music was still good, and the production was fantastic. Everything's digital. Then comes the millennial, and then I don't, it's the best engineering you have, and I don't really, I'm not a fan of all that music. Okay. Uh, okay. Temporarily like Achilles is the next song, I believe, right?
Hmm. I believe so. Yep,
Yeah.
temporary like Achilles, which we're gonna bring it back to Greek mythology with this
Yeah.
one.
I feel like we're doing a Rush episode or a Maiden episode because he really dabbles. He gets into history. He gets into religion. We talked about the book of Proverbs yesterday, and
Right.
so now he's getting into Achilles, and I have a whole thing on that. A man being um, messed about by a woman once again, but he is desperate to be with her. This is a different woman though. I think. Uh, some obscure stuff. The circus floor. What did I have to? The circus floor tells us exactly what the girl is up to. She is loving having all these men around her. Well, she's excited she has all these men around her wanting her. She's playing all these guys because they're all paying attention to her. So it's about a girl, probably hot,
And
probably wearing one of those pearl pillbox hats. Gets all
yeah,
these
the pill.
dudes.
What was it? The pill bar. What
Yep.
is it? The she
Leopard
has
pillbox.
the
Leopard pillbox hat.
leopard skin pillbox hat.
And why do they call it pillbox? Did you put your drugs in it? You know what I mean? Like I wonder, like why is it a
Well,
pillbox?
I do not know. I don't know. It's definitely a reference. Maybe you would know. I definitely would not know. And it's funny. And then temporary like Achilles is a ref. We're going to talk about what that is for any listener
Yeah,
who doesn't know who the Greek hero Achilles is. But the girl is guarded by an Achilles, and
yeah,
the narrator wants her.
yep,
So, and just before we move on, and again going back to Dylan's singing style, I think for those that are not ready to hear his voice, I feel as though that people are gonna be like, wait, I don't know if I like his singing style, but this is another example where I think he's singing to the rhythm because
yeah,
I'm gonna sound like a parody, but you know how he starts out the song? He's like, standing on your window, honey. Yes, I've been here before. Like,
yeah.
sort of like it's
He
he's
dips, he
singing.
dips, dips notes. You know.
But it works with the song because you feel his like I don't know if it's lust, but he like you feel like he wants
He
this woman, and
he.
I think this is a great blues number.
I think his singing rhythmically goes to how he's strumming. You know, like how he strums is how he sings. The
Right.
kid in the
Right.
movie was he really singing and playing?
Dude, so Timothy Chalamet, I think his name is Timothy Chalamet. He worked his butt off trying to sing
Amazing.
like Bob Dylan and nail his strumming patterns, nail his everything.
And here's a big question: what did Dylan think of the movie? Any comments on that? Or he probably would
As
just
far as let me do a quick search, but dude, I'll be honest with you. I didn't hear anything.
My mom laughed at the end, when they show the credits, like Pete Seeger continued to play folk music, Joan Baez, and then when it said Bob Dylan is it became the legendary Bob Dylan won a Nobel Peace Prize but didn't show up for it. That made my mom laugh. I was like, yeah, that's Bob Dylan.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
And after all he did, Bob Dylan, he got the Crips and the Bloods to unite, and he got the Nobel Peace Prize, man.
Nothing on, nothing, no comments. That's strange.
Yeah, he's not going to comment. I don't think he's going to comment.
Let me see if I found something.
Probably didn't even see the movie.
Oh, he said
That could be wrong.
he actually praised the movie according to an AI overview, but he praised the movie.
Really? AI
Yeah,
though?
that's strange. Well,
I
no,
mean,
the AI Google AI gave me a quick answer.
okay.
Who knows?
Yeah.
But yeah, temporary like Achilles is. I always say like it's like a blues number. It's pretty.
Well,
It's
I think
it's
like
pretty
it's
pretty good.
about a woman, and all these guys want her, and here comes Achilles. Um, and he could be a real guy, and it's a reference to the fact that Achilles was exactly like a rich guy, something that Dylan wasn't. Dylan was an outsider. So the girl wanted like
Right,
these rich socialite guys. And Dylan wanted her, but he wasn't good enough because he was like Achilles, you know.
right.
So this is my research on Achilles. So all you kids out there, Greek mythology, you got to study the Greek mythology. You
Yeah,
tell me if I'm
temporary like Achilles.
yeah, you tell me if I'm right or wrong on this. I think I got this. During the Trojan War, Prince Hector um, kills. I'm going to butcher this name. Patrocklus.
We say it again.
Patroclus. Proctoc, not proctologist, but Proctoclus. Whatever the guy's name is.
Oh, is that the one that Hector murders?
Yeah, yeah. So what happens
That was
is
the family.
that
I think
guy
it's
kills.
Patroclus.
Yeah, Patroclus. He kills Achilles' friend, his best friend. This enrages Achilles, who becomes angry to pursue Hector, to get revenge on Hector. He decides to stand, and I love that, to stand. Achilles' last stance,
Mm,
to stand and fight Hector. Now, the goddess of strategy, Athena, tricks him, and they fight one on one, and Achilles kills Hector. That's just a brief cliff note um, story of Achilles. You know, basically, Achilles' best friend gets killed by Hector. He's angry. Athena wants to mess with Achilles, but she doesn't, and
right.
he kills Hector during the Trojan Wars.
Yep.
So temporary Achilles, great piano opener and harmonica.
Hmm.
Great blues western style. Has a western style vibe.
Yeah.
Once
Yeah.
again, it's in 6/8 time. It has amazing
Mm,
turnaround. Now, when I mean a turnaround is the end of a blues, like dun 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 dun, dun do 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 do, and you go back to the one. It's got a
mhm.
different turnaround at the end of each verse. Uh, Nice little hits with the vocals again. So the vocals and the cymbals and the chords are doing these hits as he's singing, which is like kind of progressive. for him. In the middle section, there's a C minor to an F minor. It's not a normal
Mm,
blues progression, and they kind of changed
mm.
the blues up. So once again, Al Cooper. This is all Al Cooper doing this. But I believe this is Memphis. So that's an odd chord sequence, like a C minor to an F minor in a blues. So he's definitely growing and changing. You know, um, so the next one is absolutely Sweet Marie. Um, Now this is interesting. I, I don't know if you know anything about this song's lyrics.
No, no, not like research wise.
It's I don't know who Marie's supposed to be. The person is in prison and he can't wait to see Marie. This is so simple. And when
Mm.
it's sort of simple. And when he gets out, she's gone. She left home.
But, it's funny. I think it's a certain frustration. I'm not gonna say it, but if you catch my
Frust-
drift,
Frustration towards a woman or
you know,
towards music.
well, because you're in prison.
Yeah, you're in prison. You're in the folk world prison. You're in the folk world prison, and you want to see Marie, who is the rock world. I
And
mean,
that's a good take on it.
or is it? Does he want to see Susie Rotolo? I don't know if or is it just about a guy in prison who gets out and his girl's gone? What's your take on
Right.
it? What do you think?
So I think I like what you said with just after, like listening to the song, and I think it's yeah, I think it's like really, at first listen it's pretty straightforward where our main singer, our main, or I don't know if it's Dylan, but our narrator is, yeah, wants to see Sweet Marie, but this dude is in the penitentiary.
Hmm.
So so and just like lines like, well, 6 white horses that you did promise were finally delivered down to the penitentiary, but to live outside the law you must be honest. I know you always say that you agree, but where are you tonight, Sweet Marie?
Yeah.
Now, I've been in jail when all my mail showed that a man can't give his address out to bad company. And now I stand here looking at your yellow railroad and the ruins of your balcony, wondering where you are tonight, Sweet Marie. I think, yeah, it's just the theme of it is, he wants this, whoever this woman is, and he's frustrated that he can't see her, or for
Yeah.
some odd reason, you know,
Yeah. Definitely. Um, but is it about the folk world? You know,
well, if you want to, if you want to like look at it symbolically, you can definitely see it could be that in a way.
yeah.
Um, but but I think it's more. Well, it could be too, though, right? Absolutely, Sweet Marie.
Yeah.
Could be. It could be one interesting take.
Yeah. It's interesting. It's a hard one to figure out. I can't figure it out. But it's definitely somebody in prison who wants to get out and see a woman. And what
Yeah.
that prison is up to the listener. This is like you know, really open for interpretation.
Well, I
Musically,
will say also, like, there's definitely. Well, just one thing on the lyrics. I will say there's something like lust in it. This whole album, I don't know if you noticed, there is how to show this, like there's like a sexual frustration in the album. I don't know if you hear it.
yeah,
Like Dylan's a little frustrated. Now I don't know if it's Dylan himself because again he's a poet and songwriter.
yeah,
And absolutely, Sweet Marie is like one of the peaks.
yeah, yeah.
Well,
And I think
um,
I think
where he even says here, go ahead.
to Susie, he's frustrated he can't have her.
Could could be, and especially lines where he says, well, anybody can be just like me. It goes like obviously, but then now again, not too many can be like you. Fortunately,
And now, mind you, like
so
this album, the relationship's over. He's married. He got married
yeah,
pretty quick.
yeah.
If you her for from 61 to 65, he got married in 66 to somebody very fast. You know,
Yeah.
musically, it's interesting. This is very odd. He plays in a flat key, so it's in the key of E flat, which is odd to sing in. Like,
Mhm.
put it to you this way to explain key signatures. Iron Maiden is always in the key of E. Every song is key of E. Not every song, but your tuning is in the key of E. Most blues
So
musicians,
wait, this song is flat.
yeah, it's in the key of E flat. Okay. Now, most it has to do with singing. You could tune your guitar to a E flat. Like Van Halen is always in the key of E flat. The tuning. Iron Maiden is always in the key of E. Rush is in the key of E. I don't think Rush ever. And they tune down the D later on. But most rock songs are in E. Uh, this song is in. I don't know if it's the key. Yeah, it's in the key of E flat. So I don't know if his tuning is down the E flat, but he's singing. The song is actually in E flat, and he goes from E flat. It's a blues that goes. E flat's a weird blues. Like you wouldn't do an E flat blues. E flat, A flat, B flat. Those are the chords in the song. Has a great build up, nice organ sound, steady, steady beat. The drummer is the most steadiest drummer ever. The guy is perfect time.
Yeah.
Fast rhythm, great guitar licks. Like I said, nice keyboard. And then there's this crazy chromatic run. And when I mean chromatic, you know what that means, Manny? Chromatic?
No, explain.
Chromatic is like you're on the third fret, and then you go fourth fret, fifth fret, sixth fret, seventh fret, eighth fret, ninth fret. You go up the scale on everything's a half step. It is like,
Mm.
and you hear that crazy chromatic run in the song, and that really stood out. Um, and that's really what I got. I might have. Do I have any more? No, that's all I have on the music on that one. Any comments on that?
Yeah. No, I just think it's a pretty interesting song. I will say, like, it's not my favorite, but musically, it's definitely a wild song where he's doing a lot of interesting things. It's an interesting song, like from so many perspectives. But I
Yeah,
wouldn't say it's my favorite. I don't know if you would say it's your favorite, but
I'm
um,
not crazy about it. I like musically. I am because he's in E flat.
yeah.
It's a run.
But it's
Great.
it's a great song. It's classic. Yeah, lyrically, it's interesting.
Yeah.
It's and his delivery is also interesting too.
Oh yeah, definitely. Uh, next one. Fourth time around. I don't know.
This one, on the other hand, is interesting.
Yeah, what did I have on this one? Oh, this is a good one. This is.
No, I was gonna say it's not now. Now going from absolutely Sweet Marie, this one is more interesting because it has to do with the Beatle.
Yeah. Mr. Black wants to make a. You could come in. Come in. You want to come in and say hi? Come in. Come in. I don't know. Mr. Black wants to say hi, but he wrote the show. He's getting, mad. I'm getting the credit.
He's one of the Ghost Riders.
Yeah. Fourth time around, and this is interesting. Like, 'cause it has the Beatles in it. He noticed his influence on the Beatles on Rubber Soul. You know, um,
Right.
so he was kind of showing. the Beatles that he can raise the bar lyrically against John Lennon. It was like a competition thing, which I think is silly.
Right.
You know, competitive. It's not basketball. It's not. It's music. And if you listen to the song, it's basically, I guess, "I'm a Loser." They took the song "I'm a Loser" by the Beatles.
Absolutely.
They took one of Dylan's lyrical ideas, and it's a response to that, and he kind of sings Norwegian Wood in the song. You hear the melody of Norwegian. It's like a parody almost,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah,
Uh,
and I want to comment on so it's been known that yeah, they had some so John Lennon idolized Bob Dylan, as many people did, because
yeah,
he definitely when they heard him, like, and John Lennon of the Beatles definitely was influenced. And it's been kind of speculated that or known that this song is a response to the Beatles' Norwegian Wood, This Bird Has Flown, which it's one of my favorite songs and one of the
oh,
best ones on Rubber Soul.
yeah,
And yeah, it has a wonderful sitar, and I think it's credited as well. The Beatles definitely are credited as introducing the sitar, the instrument, the sitar in music. And it so and Norwegian Wood addressed Lennon's apparently romantic affair with a journalist. I don't know if you knew this. And
in here. I'm
then so that's what that song's about. And then
uh,
Dylan and the Beatles met each other in August 1964 in New York. And by all accounts, both were appreciative of each other's work. Um, and what ended up happening though after that, sort of there was an interesting thing where, and I think Dylan introduced marijuana to the Beatles on that same sort of meet.
yeah,
And um, afterwards though, yeah, the relationship soured, and I think this song is like the product of it,
yeah. I thought it
like
was
where
because
he's
he was
kind of like carrying it a little bit.
getting back at "I'm a Loser" because they kind of took, instead of feeling like inspired. Well, you took some of my ideas. He took it as you ripping me off kind of thing. You know.
Right, right. Because yeah, because Dylan's style is noted on that song "I'm a Loser," which is like, sort of like that introspective style.
Hmm. Yeah. Um,
And just to sort of comment Lennon, he said in a 1968 Rolling Stone interview, when he heard the song, I was very paranoid about that. I remember he played it to me when he was in London. He said, "What do you think?" I said, "I don't like it. I don't like it." I was very paranoid. I just didn't like what I felt I was feeling. I thought it was an out and out skit, but it wasn't. It was great. I mean, he wasn't playing any tricks on me. I was just going through the bit, but he suspected, like, he didn't like how he knew that he was being made fun of.
yeah, yeah. But I don't think they.
So, and obviously,
So you're saying when Lennon heard this song, did it
Dylan played the song.
to John Lennon?
So Dylan played the song to John Lennon in London. So when Bob
Mhm.
Dylan was in London, and then
Yeah,
Dylan said, "So what do you think of it?" And then John Lennon, and again John Lennon during this time was in a very dark place, because
yeah,
John Lennon was dealing with a lot of demons. But when he heard this song, so he was very personal about his music, about who his competition was, and all that.
yeah,
So he idolized Dylan, and on songs like "I'm a Loser," you hear that influence. Another song is um what's the song from Help? Why am I blanking out? But anyway, so yeah, and on Rubber Soul, he's all over the place.
yeah.
So when he heard Fourth Time Around, he Dylan says, "What do you think of it?" And he said, "I just don't like it. I don't like it," and it made him paranoid.
Right, right.
Like he just got really, and then at that point, their relationship soured.
Yeah, crazy, crazy. Very.
So, and again, Dylan, I think I don't know. Dylan always has to be a jerk. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, that's just his thing. Give zero Fs. I think Imagine if those two did a collab, John Lennon and Bob Dylan. How awesome
Yeah.
that would have.
Oh
You know,
yeah.
the egos at that time were so much ego was floating around. So many great
Yeah.
artists at the time. How could there not be? That's why nobody really collabed. Nobody did anything together. There was a lot of egos. You know, the Who was really against from. When I spoke to like Roger Glover about it, the Who didn't like Deep Purple. They were jealous because Deep Purple was rising up in the charts, going past the Who in 1973 when Machine Head came out. It was one of the biggest albums. So there was like Zeppelin never played with Humble Pie. So there was all these kind of like not that they didn't like write diss tracks about each other, but it was kind of like they were scared of each other. They were kind of like they didn't want to be outshone by another band.
Yeah.
Musically, I think
Well, I agree. I agree with what you say with like the ego and well, and I won't lie. I mean, Bob Dylan and the Beatles were probably, and what's astounding is that Bob Dylan is on his own, but he didn't have a band.
yeah, yeah.
Meanwhile, John Lennon was part of the other brilliant, band members, Ringo, Paul,
Well,
and
who give?
George. So maybe there was some envy on Dylan's part.
Yeah, I mean, as big as Dylan was, you couldn't touch the Beatles. As great as Dylan is,
No, and also too. No, and Dylan had no band, and I always felt he always felt lonely. He had no
yeah,
band. All of his players were session players, and the Hawks, when he was touring London, Levon Helm was like he was looking at the reaction he was getting from the crowd and from the audience. He's like, "Yeah, I'm not doing that. It's too
yeah,
negative."
yeah,
You know?
yeah. We never had like Tom Petty always had the Heartbreakers, for instance. Bruce Springsteen had the E Street
Right,
Band.
right.
Yeah, there was no
The E
signature.
Street Band.
Yeah, there was no signet. Who's the other guy? Southside Johnny. You know, uh, in the whatever. I can't think of it. And Asbury Dukes or
Yeah,
whatever.
and and no, and no, and yeah, like he had how Rush, they're a family. He had no family like that. Led Zeppelin to a certain extent, like Jimmy Page and John Paul Jones, and they were kind of family for a little bit,
Oh
even though that
yeah,
disintegrated because of reasons.
yeah,
But
yeah,
Dylan, I always felt was maybe he was envious in the fact that Lennon probably was maybe perfecting his style. Because no offense, "I'm a Loser" is a masterful song.
totally.
Like like a Nowhere Man, he kind of gives Dylan a run for his money. Because remember how you said that Dylan on Blonde is maturing, where in previous songs he would make nine verse, like
Yeah,
nine. What's it?
there's like 12 verses.
What was the word you mentioned? Like nine verses.
Yeah, 9 verses.
Yeah, and no
Strumming
offense, you
along.
really got to have the patience, right?
You know,
Meanwhile, Dylan, and like an example would be also Norwegian Wood, where
yeah,
the song is so beautiful, so cryptic. It has a Dylan absurdism to it too that
yeah,
Lennon perfects. So it could be maybe Dylan got envious and said,
yeah,
"You know what? I don't like this, and I'm gonna perfect what you're doing to me," and
yeah.
creates this song.
And then Dylan, he kept changing his style too. Like after this album, he goes back to folk. You know, so like
Yep, yep,
musicians are gonna get bored of that. Like what do you want to do? You want to rock? You want to folk? Al Cooper moved on to other things at that point. He joined Blood, Sweat, and Tears, or he formed it, which
right,
became massive. So yeah, Dylan was always
right.
alone. He didn't have that band. But musically, very nice guitar rhythm. I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah,
sorry. Uh, yeah, very nice guitar rhythm and harmonica. Drum build up. Um, obviously Norwegian Wood is in there. Nice drum pattern, great chord progression, nice simple bass line. Not much musically going on this one, except for the Norwegian Wood
yeah, straight,
thievery.
straightforward, and just this singing style is interesting. And again, I always say Norwegian Wood is one of my favorite songs. So I when I first heard Fourth Time Around, I heard it at first. I was like, okay, I mean, it's an okay song. I don't, but it's funny because it's like that Paul Simon song where you can hear how he's parodying John Lennon because in
Oh yeah,
Norwegian Wood, you know how he's saying, I wanted a girl, or should I say she once had me. So in
yeah,
this song, Dylan goes like, he's straight up making fun of Lennon when she said, don't waste your words, they're just lies. I cried she was deaf. Like, he just,
yeah,
again, once again, he's singing in the style, but this time he's trying to sound like Lennon. So I
yeah,
can see
yeah.
why he was a little paranoid. He's like, man, I idolize you and you're making fun of me? Like, what?
Fucked up. That's kind of messed up.
A little
It's a.
messed up.
I mean, how the biggest band in the world wants to sound like you? They're influenced by you, and you kind of mock them.
I know.
That's not cool.
I know.
Not cool. But that's Bob
No,
Dylan.
no. And if you listen to no, and if you listen to the song, I'm trying to parody Bob Dylan, but he goes like, "She threw me outside. I stood in the dirt where everyone walked." Like he's making fun of that song, like in Norwegian Wood. Some of the lines
Yeah,
where um, our singer is kind of like he has to leave, but he's kind of like kicked outside by the women.
yeah,
But yeah, it's I will say in Fourth Time Around, great simple song, honestly, on the
oh, yeah.
surface, but I think the story behind it is pretty great.
Oh yeah, definitely. And now we get to the last one. We No, no, no. Sorry, second to
Wait,
last.
wait, two more?
Uh, absolutely,
Obviously,
absolutely.
Five Believers, which is pretty
Yeah,
straightforward blues.
yeah. Um, Songs about uncertainty, bluesy love song, loneliness. He mentions a black dog barking. I mean, can that be a hellhound? In a blues reference. He doesn't want to be let down by the woman. Just absurd stuff in the lyrics. He wants the woman to come home,
Right.
and he feels alone. So once again, it could be Sylvia. That I keep messing her. No, no, no. Susie, Sylvia, same thing. You know what I mean? It could be about her. I don't know. I can't figure that one out. I think it's all going back to her.
It could be, and again, he's channeling his like inner blues pain because, like, I
Hmm.
always saw the song as like about loneliness,
Yeah.
and um, and dude, I
Well,
love his, and then obviously musically, good.
he was lonely. There's a scene in the movie that everyone's partying, and he's sitting in the room on a
Yeah,
couch.
yeah,
He was like an oddball.
yeah, yeah. Like
He was
he was a little isolated.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. He was isolated. He didn't. I'm sure he partied and stuff, but he always had that one friend, one good friend. What was the guy's name? Bob.
No, and who also was whatever his name was. I think he's the guy on the cover of Highway 61 Revisited. And again, don't fact check me. I'm just
No, no,
saying
no.
this
Yeah,
out of my mind. But and
definitely is.
okay, and you know what, my brother, I went to go see the movie. Actually, it's funny. I went to go see the movie with my folks, who they
Yeah.
loved it, and like my mom was saying, like she loved Dylan's style. Like she never knew anything about Dylan. And I also went with my brother Nico,
Mm-hmm.
and shout out to my brother Nico. And you know what he said?
Well,
He loved how Johnny Cash got him. Like he knows nothing about Bob Dylan, and he
yeah,
made this observation. He was like, "I love how who was that? Johnny Cash? Is that his name was? He got Dylan. No one else got him."
yeah. And
Which
Johnny
is kind of
Cash.
sad because I think he was lonely. I think
Loneliness attracts loneliness because Johnny Cash was going through demons with pills and stuff, and he wasn't
right,
in a good. He was in a bad place at that time in his career, but he got Dylan. He must have felt that energy.
right,
Johnny Cash was just a
yeah,
madman. You know,
yeah.
he was punk rock. If anything, Johnny Cash started punk rock. He was.
He was, dude.
I mean,
He was the rock and roll like rebel.
how could we forget that movie? That's another the Johnny Cash movie.
Oh well, that's well. You know what? The same director directed that.
Oh, so that's another one I'd put up there with uh,
Walk the line. Yeah.
and the Ray Charles one. There's another popping in my head now. They were all good, really good movies.
Maybe you know that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking of a future episode idea where we should talk about some like we'll start with Amadeus, but we'll
Yeah,
talk about music movies. Like we'll
yeah,
dissect them. And I
yeah.
think we should revisit a complete unknown in the future after our
Mhm.
Dylan high. We should definitely return to that movie and
Yeah.
analyze it.
And Amadeus has, in my opinion, mistakes like for instance, Salieri didn't kill him, in my opinion. The free killed him,
No,
and I
no,
so much, so much
no,
research on Amadeus, on Mozart. Salieri was so
no.
envious of him, but he would not enough to kill him, not
Yeah.
enough to kill him, you know. So
No, and I don't know if you would agree with this. Salieri, he was a great composer in his own right. I don't think the movie really shows you that. I think the movie portrays him as a kind of like a mediocre composer, but
no,
you
I
forget that he was great in his own right.
before I even you know saw that movie, my grandfather was a classical guy, and I remember seeing Salieri records, and I remember like listening to him, and then putting it into two and two together, and he had, you know, Salieri was a typical classical composer. He wasn't uh is awesome kind of thing, he wasn't super amazing, but the guy was really good. It's kind of like you're like Tommy Two Tone, 8675309 of the classical period, and here comes Rush walking in the door. You know what I mean? And it's like, holy, oh my god! And he wishes he could be that good, and I don't think Salieri was that evil of a guy from my research. The magic flute is what killed Amadeus, in my opinion. Any opinions on that? I know we're getting way off topic. We're going backwards now, about 300 years, but a lot of my research comes to
I would say I think we should. I think
he gave away
no. I say
secret.
I say we should save this for like the episode. Like we
Oh,
should do an episode on the Amadeus movie.
oh God, yeah, that'd be like 5 parts, man. Uh, so
Oh, and just one thing about the song too. I love this song is so catchy. I love Dylan. This is one of Dylan's best blues delivery where, he's saying early in the morning, I'm calling you too. Like it's just
yeah,
so great. It's like a blues masterpiece on the album.
well, that's what I have. It's old
You know
school.
he says also. No, Cheech, you know how he says, "Please come home." Yeah, I guess I couldn't make it without you if I just didn't feel all alone. And like his band's like down 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 down
Right?
down down, like great song. Like I was reading a critic saying like they mentioned, how double albums sometimes have a lot of filler. So some
Yeah.
critics will say they could have done without this track. Like they're
Hmm.
saying, this track is filler, but dude, I don't think so. I think this
No,
track is like outlaw blues, and it's blues perfected.
yeah, and we didn't. I don't think we mentioned this. This is the first double album in rock history.
No, yep. I think we did kind of like said it, like we alluded to it, but yeah,
I mean, Benny Goodman did the first blues album in the 30s, I believe, or the 40s. Did I say blues album? The double album. That was like an oddity to come out, probably on a 78. But this is the first rock album, and ironically, we're doing physical next, so we're on a double album kick, which is cool. What I got is old school blues, 50s style. It's a 12 bar. It has great guitar licks. The harmonica plays the lick with the guitar. Did you pick that up? How the
yeah,
guitar, how they double each other, and that's a traditional like Muddy Waters kind of thing, Howlin' Wolf kind of thing. Nice bass line. It's just classic blues. Ironically, it's influenced by Muddy Waters' "Good Morning Little Schoolgirl," and I sent that to you. Remember that, the "Good
you
Morning"?
did, and it's the the influence is obvious. Yeah,
Yeah, it's almost Zeppelin, obvious, like because Zeppelin definitely.
yeah,
And also, our girl from Zeppelin, Memphis Minnie, Chauffeur Blues is a big influence on this song. So Memphis Minnie's popping up a lot in these
Yeah,
episodes. You know, that's who you got to study, I guess, when you're a real
I love
blues
it.
guy. You know, Memphis Minnie and Muddy Waters. Okay. Sad Eyed Lady from the Lowlands. Beautiful song. I like it. Lyrically, it's about his wife, and I'm curious to know why he married so
Yeah,
quickly.
yeah. No, it's funny, dude. You know how that's you know how that's confirmed
Wow.
on the song Sarah. So years later, he and I'll pull up the lyric. Dylan made this song called literally Sarah,
Mm-hmm.
and it's off the album. It's off the album. Probably one of his last great ones, but Desire, and it's autobiographical about Sarah Dillon, right?
Mm-hmm.
And within that song, he has one lyric that unlocks it for you. I'll say the lyric right now. I'll say it right now. So, and again, it's on Desire. The song is called Sarah, and the lyric is, I'll tell you right now. I can still hear the sounds of those Methodist bells. I'd taken the cure and had just gotten through, staying up for days in the Chelsea Hotel, writing Sad Eyed Lady of the Lowlands for you.
Oh wow. That's so he came out with later. Wow. And I won't say anything about the Chelsea Hotel because we know what went down there in the late '70s with our boy Sydney. That'll be in the punk episode. Uh, so yeah, it's about
Yes,
Sarah,
sir.
Sarah Loans. And there's a lot of interesting things in the lyrics. Her maiden name was Loans Lowlands. Uh,
Right,
uh,
right.
it's about. I mean, I also said it's a blues, sex, drugs, temptation, paranoia is in there. Cannery Row is a business that Sarah's father owned. The lyric Cannery Row was a business that he owned. Your magazine husband was Sarah's first husband, who was a magazine photographer, Hans Lowens. So that's what I got in the lyrics on that. So there, you definitely see
Yeah, I think that's. I think
the magazine, the Cannery Row. It's all connected to her, and he does it in a it's almost absurd. Why would you talk about her father and her ex husband and what they did? He didn't say what they did, but he said that
right.
newspaper and Cannery Row. So if you knew her, you know the father owned that business, and you would know that her ex husband was a photographer for magazines. So
Right.
once again, it's coded. It's in code. There's a Dylan
Yeah,
code.
it's like
You have to,
it's like Dylan speak.
yeah, you have to find the codes in there. It's interesting. Um, Musically again,
And
this
I
is
will no, and I will say just before you move on with like the lyrics, dude, there's a bunch of Bible references that I want to just mention. Maybe in the you know, uh, band of religion, but there is in the song he mentions the sad-eyed prophet and no man.
mm-hmm,
So it's the sad-eyed prophet. That idea, usually a prophet is not welcome in his own town. So could be a
yeah,
reference to that. And then Tyrus, the kings of Tyrus, that suggests a reference to the Ezekiel who denounced Tyrus more than any other prophets, the kings of Tyrus. And then also the gates, the psalm mentions gates, and then that's a reference also to Ezekiel, again, prophets, once again, that the gate
wow,
shall be shut, it shall not be open, and no man shall enter by it.
wow. Interesting.
So it's a little now. Obviously, it's not a religious song. You got the meaning. Like it's sort of in Dylan code and Dylan speak. It's about Sarah Lowndes,
Yeah.
and but there's a there's a little bit like of surrealism with like how he kind of blends in the Bible stuff.
Yeah. Pretty amazing. Um, that's cool. You picked that out. I didn't see the religious parts in there.
I always, dude, I always like. It's funny. Like every time I hear like a song, and if I hear anything that has to do with the Bible, my ears are just. But yeah, the
Yeah.
book of Ezekiel is a big. So, and if you, I don't know if you know anything about Ezekiel,
A
but
little bit. A little
so
bit.
I think he's the sad-eyed prophet.
Mm-hmm.
He's the sad-eyed prophet.
Wow.
So just when it hits home, I don't know, like lyrically, I think the song is not. This is my opinion. Like it's not. The song's beautiful. It's amazing, but it doesn't reach the same impact as Desolation Row.
Right. Right.
I don't
Right.
know if you would agree, um, but
No, it's
I felt
not.
that this song,
Desolation Row is the 11-minute song, right?
both are almost the same length. Yeah,
Yeah. Desolation Row is a better song, I think, in my opinion.
I think so. But I will say what's great about the song is the outside. Who is the sad-eyed lady of Lowndes, like the lowlands, like that's in how he Dylan and Dylan speak. We'll call it Dylan. So we got Rush speak, and now we
Yeah,
got Dylan speak,
totally.
where he's he's saying like the sad-eyed prophet, right? And again, I think if I could be wrong, but I think he is the prophet. So he's comparing himself to Ezekiel a little bit,
That's a good one.
like and so yeah. Anyway, yeah, just I think the song not my favorite, but it is great for sure. Like
That's a
lyrically, it's
great,
all over the place. It's
a
kind of.
great
Would you?
that's a great analogy that you picked up on. I didn't see that. I love that.
I just want to say thank you, Cheech. I could be wrong, so if any Dylanologist gets mad at me, this is Manny's interpretation here.
Um, okay, so reconnecting. Uh, so all right. Once again, 6/8 time, sad song, great harmonica, nice chord progression,
Yeah,
very very simple, great pre-chorus, nice build up, light organ in the back. If you notice, the organ's very light in the back.
yeah,
Now this is the thing. I feel like
yeah. It's very. Would you say it's kind of like a funeral?
yeah,
Like it
yeah.
kind
Well,
of sounds like a funeral. The organ.
the Hammond
Yeah.
organ was used, in churches, in ice skating rinks, in funerals before rock and roll become.
Well, if to bring back the religion, dude, the organ was always known as a instrument that you would find in churches. So usually when you hear the organ, it's funny how rock and roll embraced it, because obviously rock and roll embraced the organ, but for many
I know.
years, and we know the famous Bach organ compositions, it was the church music, and only
Yeah.
churches could afford having an organ in their church, and it
Oh,
creates a sort of like
the
ethereal, beautiful, mystical
great,
sound.
the greatest sound in the world is a pipe organ. I
Yep.
don't know. You
And
know.
have you seen the movie Interstellar?
No. I might have seen parts of it. I don't remember.
Johann Zimmer, speak of soundtracks for a future episode. The composer, the famous movie composer Hans Zimmer, utilizes the organ to add to the emotional
Yeah.
palette of the movie. So I think that's what Dylan's doing here. It has a strange sort of, and again, the song is actually intoxicating. It's not boring. Like
No.
it's one of those songs that can go on forever, and just you're like, oh, it's still playing. I'm still enjoying it.
I, I was fortunate enough to watch a woman play a pipe organ in a church, and it's the most hardest instrument in the world to play because you're reading your left hand the bass,
Yes,
you're reading the melody, and you're reading the bass lines with your feet, and
yes,
it's as loud as Motorhead. It's so freaking
yeah.
loud.
Oh,
you know, and they built it,
Oh,
and you can never.
and a Led Zeppelin reference.
What's
No,
that?
Cheech, in a Led Zeppelin reference, John Paul Jones in the documentary Becoming Led Zeppelin, he says that one of his first gigs was playing organ for a church because,
Wow,
and he learned. So
and
Joe,
that's what.
Bobby Joe, if you listen to this episode, comment below.
Yeah, I don't know why mine now it's saying reconnecting. I don't know why it's always doing this shit at the end. And I'm not
I
freezing up.
notice you're freezing a little bit.
Yeah,
No, dude, so be careful. There's a delay in your part.
yeah. It says I'm reconnecting.
Are you charging? Are you connected?
Yeah, I'm fully charged. It always does this on the 2 hour
Hmm.
mark.
Okay.
Am I any
Can't
better?
handle it. My internet, you know, it's funny. When I jump around, my internet slows down.
Yeah. How am I now? Still frozen or?
You're good.
I'm good. Okay. Um, I feel that
Yeah.
quick harmonica solo that he does, Billy Joel stole it for Piano Man. You know the part I'm talking about?
I wouldn't be surprised.
It's
Yeah.
very Piano Man. I love the harmonica solo at the end, melodic, and it follows the chords very nice as it you know fades out. So we made it. We did it. We did it, man. We did Blonde on
We did
Blonde.
it.
We
We
did
got
it.
through this gargantuan album.
One of the greatest double live albums in the world. Next, Physical and Blonde on Blonde. I would say Benny Goodman
Well,
too.
dude, it's dude, it's the first. I always say like it's the first double album. I know you said Benny Goodman, but in terms of popularity, it's definitely the first
Oh yeah, yeah,
double
yeah.
album. And the Beatles, the White album, will be released shortly after. So I think they're credited for the second. But um, dude, this album is gargantuan. Like in terms of its maturity,
Yeah.
songwriting, music, and I can see why it's on the top list of every like Dylan fan. And I will lie, it has been the album now that I have been listening the most.
And it's sad how it's like no one will ever do double albums anymore. You know, you can't.
Oh, that's not no one had no one
It's
has the
like
patience.
no, I mean, people are just putting stuff. I'm gonna be nice. This is a nice Cheech, nice Cheech. You know. People are
Well,
just.
well, 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 Cheech. Um, today the double album made sense before streaming and digital music.
Mhm.
Now, for an artist, it doesn't really make sense anymore because now sales are not really based on the album anymore. It's
Yeah.
based on whether your music is streamed. Today's generation, they do not have the patience to listen to our gargantuan double album.
Oh no, they
It's
don't.
a thing of the past. Unfortunately, it's a relic. It's sad, but that's the way
And
it is. It would have to take another Dylan to bring the
yeah,
double album back.
and like how do you drop an album without promoting it? And I'm not gonna mention his name. You know, and he did was really successful. That's amazing. But I don't understand that concept from the era I came from. You know, you know what I'm talking about.
Right.
Like he
Yeah.
dropped it. Like it's like Pottersfield is going to drop an album tomorrow. Back in the day, there were posters everywhere when the new Iron Maiden came out. You couldn't wait for it to come out. Months in advance, they'd have it posted, and now you could just drop an album and it's going to sell millions. I could drop, if I'm this famous person, drop it tonight, tomorrow, it sold millions. It's amazing how it works. And there's only once was it an album or a song that he dropped that he didn't promote.
What?
Kendrick Lamar. Remember, he just dropped something without promoting it, and it sold like millions, which is fat. You know, that's pretty cool.
Well, no, no, it's no. It's not that he didn't promote it. It's that he got so pretty much the feud or beef we had with Drake fueled his success, and
Hmm.
already these um they use, for example, yeah, they use, for example, social media because they were beefing, and then what ended up happening is Drake is what was considered, or I don't know, is considered, but he is a popular artist, and so that beef sort of like fueled the song's success,
Right,
and then
right,
the
right.
social media as well, and then since
Yeah,
people are so connected, they that not like us, so that's why that, and in the album too that eventually comes out.
but
Um,
fascinating. That you just drop it one day without people knowing about it, and it becomes huge.
that's what, yeah, that's what Drake has done, that where he did that, but he would drop albums without saying anything, and he's so big that he just will
Like
sell a million maybe, or
Rush
streams.
has, Rush has a new album
Not a
coming out.
million, but he would sell a lot of copies.
Like Joe sent it to me. 50 years, 50th anniversary. They're promoting it. It's coming out. That's the old way of doing things. Now, I guess you could just drop something without telling anybody. Pretty interesting, you know. Different world.
Well, the thing is, but Cheech, again, they use social media.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah,
thing. They use TikTok
yeah,
and videos. Matter of fact, the music video actually kind of came. And once a music video goes viral, it's only a matter of time before, yeah, everyone will know it. And
yeah,
time. It's only a
yeah. See,
matter of time.
that's why I don't know the 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 internet that well and stuff. You know how it works, but I'm learning. So the album cover to me,
Iconic.
Susie Rotolo is blonde on blonde. She was blonde. She was beautiful. Blonde on blonde. It's about her. The title. Dylan is in front of a brick wall wearing a
Right.
suede jacket and a black and white checkered scarf. Now Jerry Schaffner's took the photo. He wanted a interesting location outside of the studio where the Chelsea Art Gallery is. He liked the look of it.
Right.
It was a very cold day, and it's blurred and out of focus. Most people thought that was a drug reference, like to be tripping, but it's just the way it
Yeah.
came out, and it's like the way that they liked the way it looked. Um. Uh. So let me see. Let me see what this is.
Yeah, dude, it's a great album cover, and I think the interpretation of it. Yeah, you would think it's a drug reference. You know how when someone's high, everything
Yeah.
becomes a little blurred out, and it's so similar to what the Rubber Souls did with that. Their album cover on that. But no, I always thought that the album, it's one iconic album cover, and it
Yeah.
shows Dylan at a precise moment in time. And I think there's a symbolic meaning behind it because many people try to get Dylan in focus, but it's impossible. And that album cover shows you you're always going to get a blurred image or like a whatever how you want to describe that image. But
I mean, I think I could be wrong. I think this is a part of this because my notes got messed up, but it says it came from a photographer, a painter named Kazimir Malkovich, uh, called White Square Supermata. It's a movement uh, of abstraction. That's the idea that the photographer got the blurred thing from. Uh, Blonde on Blonde contrasts between light and dark reflections of the album, themes, love, loss, social commentary, or a blonde woman in a relationship. And that's the end of my 53-page episode of Blonde on Blonde. So, uh,
no, great album cover. And again, I think what it is, like when you look at the album cover, it's a blurry image of Dylan. And ironically, even though I always say, even though it's blurry, it gives you the most clearest image of the man. There's
Yeah,
like
it
an
does.
irony to it.
It really does.
His complete change. He has the messed up hair, like
Yeah.
sort of like the unkempt hair, the rock star look, like the bohemian look, like.
Hmm.
And we're back. So, hello, all lovely people. This is Manny from the Cheech and Manny Music Show. So, sadly, we were cut off towards the end of our Blonde on Blonde episode on Bob Dylan, but I hope you enjoyed it. I know this episode's runtime was as long as the album, but we're dealing with a gargantuan double album, and it's it's Bob Dylan, so that we're gonna go fully in depth into his music, and I'm a huge Bob Dylan fan. Cheech is a huge Bob Dylan fan, and again, I hope you enjoyed it. If you like what you see, please subscribe, give this video a thumbs up, comment below. Have you listened to the album? What's your favorite track? We would love to hear what you have to say. Join the musical discussion. And as always, peace and love, and stay beautiful.